Okay, well now you give me a flush. Okay, well we'll upgrade the flush just in case. Okay, so now it's gonna half. Base chips and malts are halved. So 4s. We've got more 8s and 10s. Okay, let's get rid of all of this. Did I just discard an 8 by mistake? Oh. Okay, today is not my day. Okay. This is too much. There's too much to think of. There's a need for an undo sort of thing. It happens so often, yeah. But it's fine. So we want 6s. Oh my god, this is gonna suck. Bro, come on. Okay, well, it's not gonna suck that badly. I'm very annoyed now. Even on this. Okay. Now we play you. And hope that we get another 6. But it should be okay. I think this is enough anyway. I should have just got the odd Todd. You found another legendary? Oh my god. That's... lucky. Your luck isn't on a level right now. Flushes and straights with 4 cards. Okay, well that's good. It's too confusing. There's too much going on. There's too much going on. But now we have to use our money because we won't get interest anyway. Bro, fuck you, dude. Oh my god, 2 Neptunes. Okay, you're annoying. You're annoying me. Oh god. Okay. Okay, we play you with some extras. Right, then we get you primed, right? I mean, that was almost enough anyway. And then we play you. Worked 4 days, felt like 10. Yeah, the 4 to 10 one. Okay, 3 of a kind. Thank you. Okay, we get rid of you. We get the Zanny joke of 3 of a kind. Thank you very much. And then that's all we can afford. Okay. How many more 3s do we have? Not that many more. Let's do that. Now we get 4s. Annoying. How many more 8s do we have? 3. Okay. Okay. How many aces do we have? 3 aces still chilling there, bro. What the fuck? Okay. We're back in business. If it contains a pair, we get +8 malt no matter what. Okay, well, we sell you. And we get you. At the moment... 3 of a kind is at 8. I mean, it would be cool to have 2 of you. But nah. All spade cards debuffed. Okay, we've got more 8s. More 8s and 9s. Well, no, just more 8s. Okay, we just get rid of these. Oh, I should have played other things. I guess you can't really have an undo button with things like this. Because then it's like... you don't know the outcome a lot of the time. Alright. Okay, I need to get something to eat. I'll be back in a second, everyone. Okay. I just beat a level 8 blind with a high 8 card 8 on discard. Had 4 outs. Drew nothing. Oh my god, that sucks. Okay. Look, that's the game. Okay, look. Look. Local Thunk. Of all the decks that this card would be great for, the Ancient deck. You changed the number so now it has to be below 40? Fuck you. Because normally it's 52. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, so what are we playing the most of? 3 of a kind. Okay. Lucky pull. And so we've got mainly ace. Well, we've got more 8s. So we just want 8s, like... Look, I'm not going to say no to the 6, though. So we can have 6s as well. Cool. I'm not going to say no to that. What is our blind? Oh, now it's this. Okay, that's fine. So we want to play this, then it primes this. Then we discard more and get either an 8 or a 6. Discard. Discard. Bro, I had a full Hearts build once, and like I literally, then I got to the blind, it was like Hearts debuffed. And I was like, no. Whoa! Massive raid! Holy moly, I don't know why the raid's sound's not playing. Thank you. Sean. Is this the the famous Sean? Famous in Brazil? Welcome in, Raiders. We are playing Balatro. This is not Gamba, it's a roguelite. Let me give you a shout out.
What is life like on Bitch Island? I don't know. Ask your mom.
How was the stream? You guys have a good stream? I found a new banana card that gives you a ×3 mult. Yeah, I've seen that one as well. A lot of anime talk. Ah, weebs. Anyway, this is a really fun game. Did you know how Sean decided what hair was? Yes, yes. Jason, I watched your stream. Okay. He did an ultrasound. He has pipes. I did not know that. Is it worth watching the new live action Avatar? Because I don't know. Is it that bad? It's very bad? Okay, we want you to discard you.
Come on, Bobby. Let's go party.
Yeah. Everyone seems to have a different appetite for it, frankly. Okay, here's the thing. Is it in any way comparable to the feeling of watching Atla at all? That's what I want to know. Okay. Well, that's cool. Bonus cards. Does it feel like that? Bro, fuck you, dude. Okay, I gotta get rid of the 7s because I've got way too many 8s and aces. Yo, this game. I guess nothing would compare. Okay, now we've got what we want. Okay. So then we do this. We play you. So we don't want 4 of a kind, we just want 3 of a kind. We get the buffs. Then we've primed you to play this. Okay, now this will be active. Okay. The writing just feels bad. Bro. They didn't even need to, like... What? It's not worse than I've tried to separate it from the original show because sometimes live action feels like change the show. But like the thing is like... I don't like how they've handled it. But the point is like you see what I mean with... Okay, with live action, like... The point is you're taking the same shit. You don't need to change much to it and you put it live action. I don't want to hear like... creative decisions being made around like the fucking canon to do with the characters. That is really annoying. You know what I mean? Like nobody wants that. Let's go next round. Like nobody's interested in that. I might be. Bro, if I get defeated, okay, no, we don't get defeated. We will survive. We will survive. How many 6s do we have? We have 5 6s. Okay, we'll be fine. Okay, we play you, get you out of the... we discard you. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We made it through. It's not worse than M. Night. I've tried to separate from the original show, but sometimes interaction makes the changes feel like a whole could be an improvement, but then the show's not even that great. Even if it's slightly better than the movie. I just don't like how, like, it feels like... I don't know, like, it just... I don't know, like, why are they putting so much into this when they know, like, people are not going to... I just don't understand how these shows get funding. I'll put it that way. Like, it shocks me that, like, people even, like, that they get funded in any way. I don't really know how to describe it. Right, tax write-offs plus saves money on story writing. True, but then they go and they fucking change like core shit about the story in itself that no one wanted or asked for. And that's for, I just don't quite. How many 10s do we have got left? 1. Okay, we get rid of you. 6s. Bro, you need to. I need to pull an. Okay. Fuck this game. How many 8s do we have left? 3 and 2 aces. Did I discard an ace? No, I didn't. Can we get rid of the aces? It wasn't supposed to look this originally, Alvia. The producers were working on them. They hated the execs for doing it, so they left. Looked like this originally. Still very annoying. Okay, we'll throw one of you in. Okay, thank you. Producer of the animated show. It wasn't supposed to look like this. Okay. Okay, so the actual, like, producer of the animated show left the... Okay, then it was going to be shit from the beginning. We'll do this. We'll buy you and we'll sell you. And we don't know what's happening next. Let's upgrade R3. She did have an annoying laugh. Hanged man, thank you, thank you, thank you. I do like to get rid of things. We'll get rid of this 10. How many 10s do we have in the whole deck? 10s and 7s. Okay, we'll get rid of the 10s and the 7s. Yes, goodbye. Okay. Now we're in a good space. We're actually going to discard you because we want to convert this. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself now into this. Okay, now we got more 6s to play with. But we don't want to play them yet. Oh, damn. Okay, alright. We've still got discards. Let's get rid of you, and let's see how many aces over 8s. We get rid of aces. Bro, of course I draw another 8s. Okay, we're gonna play you. Where'd my sub go? I might watch it. You know? It might be one of the few things that I actually sit down and watch. Oh, I made it! Sick, okay. I feel like is it forgettable? Put it this way. Is the live action forgettable? Does it show you any part of the story that you would have liked to seen from a different angle? Or does it actually, like... Okay, is it forgettable? Does it actually, like, go against canon? That's the other thing. No. Okay. Interesting. No and yes? Which one is it? Isn't soccer woke now? Yeah, that's annoying. Like, you're supposed to have character development. So is it the full air part then, right? Like, I'm trying to think. What was the original thing with Alta? What was it? It was oh, I have to play 5 cards. Okay, that's fine. It goes against canon? Okay, they're gonna, I mean, look, that's like a fatal sin. Okay, now I need to watch it, so, because I actually do like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Okay, look at this. We got 3 of a kind. Fine, 1 more round. We're good. Okay, we already played a 3 of a kind. We're owning them in the marketplace of ideas, and we're making money at the same time. Look at that. So is the how many episodes are out? And is it like remember how in Atla like everything's arranged like it's like the first bunch of episodes, the first season's like the air season, it's like a chapter thing. The airbenders get genocided, but didn't they get genocided in? Yes, I've watched the original animated show. Yes. Okay. Apparently that makes me a weeb, but... Bro, people have told me that that's not anime. I mean, look, in general, I watched it as a kid. But there's also something nice about the storytelling. Never shown watch Andy's find out he's just like us. I'm confused. Now, do we make it something? Do we make you glass, or do we get planets? I think we need to really upgrade our 3 of a kind. To be honest with you, please give me a 3 of a kind. Fuck you! Oh my god! Oh, get fucked! Fuck you. Okay. Okay, we will roll once. We will roll once. Strength. Okay, I'll buy strength. Oh, it sounds like there's a scene that shows the genocide rather than finding out at the empty air temple with Aang. Okay, I don't really like that. I think that's a bit, like, insane. Oh, that's really lucky. Look at that. We got that immediately. Then... Oh my god, look at this. Holy moly, we'll get 2. Okay, no, we don't want to do that yet. What we want to do is we actually want to do this. No, what we want to do is we want to do this. Okay, because these ones are always going to be throwaways, but we're still going to throw them all away. No, we don't throw away you, we throw away you. Okay. Look at that, we got 2 more cards. Sick. Okay. And we'll make you a lucky card. Okay, look at that. Easy. We're in the same position as Aang that I'm holding on hope that maybe there's another nomad out there. It feels like disjointed for them to be, no, we need to show the nomads dying. Yeah, no, exactly. It's they're telling too much. Oh my god, 100% Doodleburp. Like, yes, exactly. Like, you don't want to, you also don't really know. Like the folks said, bro, where are the 3 of a kind? That's insane! Okay. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be playing Among Us on Sunday. Jason, Among Us will be on Sunday. Is that fine? Do I want any of this? Do I want any of this? No, I don't really want any of it. I'll take the stone card. Okay. Okay, now, get rid of all of you. Okay, and that should be fine. Is Sunday fine for you, Doodleburp? Gonna be fun. Oh, okay. Now this is exactly what we want. We want even Stevens. Because we've been playing 6s and 8s. So let's think about this. When I'm playing 3, that's plus 12 malt, right? So we get rid of you. Okay, and then we buy you. Perfect. Okay. Okay, can I please get a 3 of a kind? Fuck you. Oh my god. Okay, now it's lose 1 cup. Okay, I'm gonna go into debt. That's fine. Okay, immediately we'll get rid of you. Temperance. Okay, well, but I'm gonna just go into debt anyway, but that's fine. Okay, 1, 2, 3. We'll get you out of the way, and we'll get these. No, that'll make it a full house. We'll get you. No, we get the 6 and that out of the way. There we go. Empress, multi-cards. Can it be multi and this? It can't, right? I mean, I could play 5, but then I don't get this mold. And it doesn't increase, so it's not worth it because I've got a very specific build. Because I've played 3 of a kind 26 times. Which is insane. Old man intro is playing. I'll put him in the corner. We do need to bamp some of this up though. This is not going to make us... I mean, we're on the 7th ante now. Okay. How do we make this game multiplayer so we can have a big streamer tournament? They've already done a big tournament with it. And they just, Local Thunk, the dev, basically was like, okay, whoever gets like the highest. And they gave the streamers 1 day to stream it, and then it was whoever gets the highest. Okay, I'll bring Yazun out, because I want to still play some Balatro. Oh wow, he's already like...
Fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world of Masan Park, and this awesome broadcast coming to you live from
put him right there. Put him right there. Now he's playing Balatro.
Los Angeles, folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is 70 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. I certainly am, and I'm going to get to it in a moment. I'm going to get to it in a moment. Okay. I'm going to get to why I'm having a fantastic time in a moment. But we're back, baby. We're back. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fan-freaking-tastic one. Now, why is this a uniquely awesome day? Is it because the weather is nice?
Probably.
Here in California? Is it finally no longer raining? Is that why I'm in a good mood? Is it because I hit 243 pounds and also simultaneously hit a, not PR necessarily, but at least like a good goal that I did not think I would achieve on my squats? Is that the reason? No, that's not the reason. Well, those are good reasons. The major reason as to why it's a beautiful day is because...
You know we finally here, right?
That's right. It's fucking Friday,
I need to upgrade my 3 of a kind. I'm going to lose my mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Freaky Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's
oh my God.
Friday. It's the freaking weekend, baby. Woo! It's the freaking weekend. It's the freaky weekend. That's right. This is a time where you can finally feel like a human being, like a man. Semblance of autonomy in your life. A moment of solace. A moment of solace brought to you by our forefathers who fought long and hard to ensure that we have frickin' weekends to begin with. The 5-day work week. Now, of course, this is, unless you're, you know, that was specific to the wage cuts that only wage slave away in white collar jobs for the most part. If you're in the service sector, then you're cooked. Every day is a bit like a weekend for you. If you were to think about it like that. Chat, did he react to Echoes yet? I have not reacted to Echoes yet, but I did react to it live. Well, I mean, I wasn't live, but I did see it on as a Lesler. I saw it on the
Ray song.
I saw it on the Leslie Foosley broadcast. Twitch got banned in Turkey. I know, I'm gonna talk about the alt yazı yok mu?
What?
Ulan ne alt yazısı amına koyayım?
Twitch has been banned on
Twitch
Turkey?
zaten. Bana gelip burada alt yazı diyorsun abi. Hiç yok artık.
What?
Artık hiç yok alt yazı. Anyway, we're going to be talking about a lot. The
That's
Daily Wire's podcast,
insane.
Morning Wire, used a clip of you in their show today, Lamau. You watched the Daily Wire's morning podcast? I didn't even know they had a morning podcast. And it is my job to pay attention to these things. And I didn't even know that. Meanwhile, you're out there signing in every day. That's wild.
I think it was Kick.
Respect.
Oh, Kick, not Twitch.
Artık seni
Yeah, that makes no
VPN'le
sense.
izliyoruz aga. Yeah, I mean, for the Turks, actually, a site-wide ban is completely irrelevant because, like, any Turkish man, especially that has ever wanted to masturbate, knows how to use a VPN. So let's be for real here for a second. It's like Türkler en azından her Türk erkeği abazadır. Her abaza Türk erkeği VPN kullanmayı bilir.
Maybe
Yoksa
it was
31
only
çekemezsin
implemented
yani.
today.
Bu kadar basit.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
So every Turkish man knows how to use a VPN anyway, so it won't even touch him. He won't even shake him. Bu işin LeBron James'i biziz aga. Kardeş biliyorum abi. Eskiden anlattım bunu. Amerikalılara anlattım daha önce. 31 çekmek için o kadar abasaydım ki porno yokken zamanında kendim çizdiğim şeyleri 31 çekerdim yani. Bu kadar. Yani o kadar düştük.
Okay.
Ama
Now we hold on to
unutmayın.
you for a bit.
Ben 12 yaşındayken, 13 yaşındayken, 14 yaşındayken kendi çizdiğim şeylere
So
31
don't want to get
çeken
rid of the
adam
glass card.
20'lerinde pornocularla bayağı bildiğin yani kız arkadaşım vardı. Hepsi arkadaşım. Eğer ben bunu yapabiliyorsam siz de yapabilirsiniz diyorum.
Both have
İnanın
been banned, it looks
kendinize.
like it.
Yurtta sulh, dünyada sulh.
So both of them have been banned.
Alakası yok aslında bu dediğimin ama neyse.
No one's
Veriyorum
explaining
gazı.
correct. I have
Veriyorum.
no idea.
Kendine inanan Türk'ü kimse durduramaz. Suh değil sulh. Doğru sulh dedim lan. Suh demedim.
I'm seeing
Sulh
Twitch
dedim.
also get banned citing gambling as the
32
reason.
31 ile bağdaştırmasaydım be abi.
Twitch and
Yurtta
Kick.
gun, cihanda gun. Anyway.
It's only according to Dexter, so I don't know for sure. Yeah.
All right, we're going to talk about all this stuff. This is why people will stay racist. Is India Turkish? This is why people will stay racist.
Oh fuck! I
That's
didn't mean
why.
to do that. I didn't mean to.
Okay.
discard. I didn't mean to
This is part of
discard
the broadcast
that.
where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and honestly, a lot of good stuff is going on in my life in the world of Hasan Abi Piker, so I'm going to get into it.
I meant to play that.
First and foremost, last night I ended the broadcast after
Threes,
another
I don't have any threes
mini
left.
stream, a baby stream, a stream that only lasted like 9 hours, which, you
10,
know, for all intents and purposes,
9.
it's like if you're doing a 9-hour stream, you might as well be quiet quitting. If that's your take, then you're right. You know what I mean? Because I'm basically quiet quitting. I've only done like 11 hours twice this week.
Burn.
And I did a baby half day for 9 hours yesterday, which is lame. I know. Rookie numbers. Sorry. But
Okay.
regardless,
We're back.
9 hours, then 11 hours. Yeah. Some 11 hours, some 9 hours, some 11 hours. 11 hours every day, though. You aren't unionized, get to work. I know. So,
Okay, now we need
as
8.
I was saying.
But I got 6s, so we take it. We take
I
it.
did a 9-hour stream. Valkyrie and Foosley did a collaborative project alongside 100 Thieves and made a song. I watched the review or like the release of the song last night.
Okay, I'm
After
cooked.
that, I played a little bit of Yakuza, and then I was bubble maxing. I was tub maxing, bubble maxing, you know, being a tub max, bubble maxing legend. Here, we'll watch it in a second. I low key,
I'm cooked.
or not even low key, high key, am very proud
Just need
of them.
1-8.
Okay, I think that they did a phenomenal job. I think that they are, you know, it's like shocking how good.
And
they
I got
both
it.
were.
Okay,
And
that's
especially shocking for Ray because like
Hope.
she doesn't sing. This was not like, as far as I understand, not exactly like a thing that she was taking seriously. Do you really need 2 pieces of nicotine gum in the
We
Zins
made
for a
it.
bath?
We
Just
made it,
depends on how
chat. We
long
did
I wanna
it.
Stay in there, chatter.
we did
You
it.
never know. The health snacks next
Holy
to the
fuck.
Zins were iconic. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that in a second. Hold on. So anyway, I watched that. I was overcome with emotion. I was very proud. Very proud to know so many cool people. And then afterwards, I was tub maxing. There it is. For those of you who don't know, this was me tub maxing. Okay, bubble maxing. I'm a tub maxing, bubble maxing legend. Okay. I have run out of
Not a
quitting
single.
one. No, I'm joking, man.
Bro, at this
Joke.
point, I should actually just straight up play
I ran out of my lush
Lushes.
because I had a bunch of like every like holiday season people give me like lush bath bombs for some reason. I don't know why, but it's like one of the only types of gifts that I get that I end up actually using during the holiday season. Like shit that I get, but I've run out officially. So I did something so
Okay.
I
Okay.
did something
Okay.
so hurt.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready for this? I did something so goddamn hurt. There's like a container that this lush shit comes in, right? I took the crumbs that were in the bottom and I dumped
Late
all of it
seltzer's
in.
good.
Which is like no one that has, there are certain things that I do that like I've never grown past, let's say. Like earlier today, I'm lifting and my trainer's like, bro, your pocket has a hole in it. Like it's time to get new pants. I was like, no, I love these pants. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, no, I love these pants. I'm going to wear these pants when I'm lifting. And he's like, you're too rich to just have like a hole in the pocket of your sweatpants. And I was like,
I should
Nope.
have actually kept the other
it's
thing.
just like, I was like, I don't have time. Like, I don't want to buy a new one.
Money's on sale.
And he's like, I don't understand. Like, what do you mean? You could just ask Gymshark to send you new pants. If you wanted to, they would send it to you for free. You don't even have to pay for it. I'm like, no, I don't have any time to like hit him up. And he was like, you could hire someone to ask Gymshark to do that for you. You could ask someone to ask Gymshark on your behalf and they would do it. I was like, nah. And it's, I think because like you guys will see this. It's not like I don't need to be frugal at all, but I think it's just like how I grew up, I guess, or how I lived in my early adolescence that just stuck with me. Things like putting water in the bottom of your soap, like, because you got to get it all out. I feel like those are the types of things that I do still. And the Lush thing is one of those versions of that as well, where like I was like, oh, well, there's still some crumbs of fucking like multiple different Lush bombs in the bottom of this. It's going to go to waste.
My
You got
God.
to stretch it out is what I'm saying. And I still do that. And you know, it's a good quality to have in my opinion.
Okay.
You got to stretch it out. Bro, sounded like my Indian mom. I hope your Indian mom instilled that upon you because I'm saying that it's a good value. It's a good quality to have. Okay? It's so funny because like this didn't come from my parents though, I don't think. because my parents were, I mean, I grew up pretty affluent, as I've talked about before. This was literally broke tendencies that I developed when I lived on my own and was broke. Because I don't think this is something that I got from my family at all. And the clothing thing is just comfort. The more holes that a t-shirt has, for me, the more I've like worn it,
the leftmost joker.
and therefore the more comfortable it is. Same with socks and same with underwear. Like all my underwear have fucking holes in them. What? I don't have enough fucking money. I could just like buy it on Amazon. But regardless, it's just like when it has a hole in the underwear, that means I've been wearing it so much that it's just comfortable. Hope you don't add water to your soap like my mom. Soap of my mom's is 110 soap, 9 water. It's insane. No, I only add water at the end of it. Like when you, and it's not like the soap I'm using is like fucking broke boy shit either. It's like Aesop soap. You know what I mean? That's the funniest part. But I guess it makes more sense to do it for Aesop soap than it is for Dove. You know, that's just like $50. It's like a fucking $50 bottle. What are you gonna? You're not gonna use the last fucking crumb down there? That last crumb is like what? Like $5? That's a crumb of soap. You just might as well throw the $5 on the ground and spit on it.
All right, let's go. Let's look at this.
Guys, invest in a sewing kit and learn to repair clothes, please, for the love of fuck. No, it's too much work.
Okay.
But frugal maxing, I guess. Yeah, I was tub maxing, bubble maxing. I fucking bought this hand fan for myself, thinking because it gets like too hot in there sometimes.
I made it.
And it's like I didn't know how to use it. I could not figure out how to use it. I still don't know how to use it.
I made it. I made it.
But yeah, I bubble maxed. I got my fucking Zin in there. I wasn't even using it.
I don't even want to touch endless mode.
Oh, also, I never had an emo phase.
Oh my god.
As you guys know, probably. This
All right,
was like
I'll be back in a second.
I don't even think that this is emo enough. I just like did this one time, but tomorrow I'm going to be entering my emo phase alongside Jake Weber and Johnny Gilbert. For those of you who don't know. So we're going to be doing that. March is not allowed to come, even though I saw March earlier today.
Yes, dude.
But yeah, the reason why I'm in a really good mood overall this morning is because the reason why I'm in a really good mood overall this morning is because I hit 285 on the back squats this morning. March is in here too. He's in the background. Who are you barking at, lady? You better calm down. Quiet. Quiet. Anyway, so I swapped. I used to be a low bar back squatter, and I swapped it to a high bar. I swapped it to a high bar this past year, like a couple months ago, and I had to go down a lot in weight due to that shift, right? For those of you who don't know, a high bar back squat is when you put it above your shoulders. A low bar back squat is when you put it in your rear delts. When you put the weight in your rear delts, basically, like right here, as opposed to up here. And of course, power lifters do low bar back squatting because like it gives them more power because they can use their lower back.
Okay, again, but I want to now do the ancient deck.
However, high bar is better for my
with
knees.
Green stakes. Okay, let's go. We can do this again.
We just call that a squat. It's just assumed to be a back squat. If you say squat, if you only specify for front, it's true.
Green deck means
you're actually right about that. The funny part about it is that yeah, I do front squats sometimes. My trainers say back squat, and it's just like stuck with me. I used to never say back squatting. Like I don't front squat that much.
Thanks for the follow.
Anyway, but yeah, overall, it's good because you get more depth
that's amazing.
This way as well, as you can see. For like 285, 5x5, pretty solid big boy weight here, you know?
So wait, hold on.
There's a little, it got a little janky towards the end there, but I'm really hitting the goddamn I'm hitting that. It's not ass to grass, obviously, but it's like 90 degree parallel, as you can see.
Required score scales fast speed.
Not only is it 90 degree parallel, but it's even going like, yeah, it's pretty goddamn good. Good depth. Anything beyond that is like probably going to cause you to have knee pain. Tried Zercher yet? I hate it. I hate Zerchers. Zerchers actually cause me to have like nerve damage. Zercher squats cause me to get nerve damage. Oh my god,
my mouse died again.
On my forearms for a while. So yeah, 285 pounds obviously isn't super heavy, but 285 pounds is obviously not super heavy before everybody talks shit. I know that, especially for someone my weight. But you have to remember, I got nerve damage. Literally, I was numb for like months.
Box of batteries. Now I can't find them.
Classic. I'm tall with long femurs and I go ass to grass, no issue, says knee chair, schnee hair. I have good mobility though. Yes, you have better mobility than me, okay? Why'd you Zercher? That's for idiots? Yeah, I don't think Zercher is good anyway. Okay, so as I was saying, 285 pounds is not a lot of weight, but if you recall earlier in this week, I was talking about how I'm no longer in recomp and therefore I can't actually keep losing weight while simultaneously building muscle and also, improving my strength. And I recognize that because on my chest, on my bench press, I was week over week, I was having a hard time hitting 2 plates 5x5, which is not a lot of weight for someone of my size. Obviously, I have like joint issues. I've always had joint issues. My shoulders always are busted. I always have rotator cuff problems. So I do a lot of like corrective work to specifically make sure that I'm strong enough. It took a lot of rehabilitation to basically solidify my back so I can improve my bench press position. I've decided I'm cutting out the flat bench barbell bench press anyway.
All right.
Regardless, it's just it fucks me up. It always fucks me up. There's no reason for it. The dumbbells are perfectly fine. But regardless, I'm cutting, as you guys know. I'm not bulking, I'm cutting. And it's
full house build. That's
almost impossible to cut while simultaneously also improving your strength unless you already had that strength and you're doing recomp. So for that reason, I was noticing that I was having issues with all of that. I was having issues with improving my strength this past week. So getting up to 285, which is not very high, obviously, but it's high for high bar squatting. For me, it was shocking to me. Like I started off real low. I was like, oh, I'll probably go up to like 265 or something. And then I did that. And I was like, oh my God, never mind. I'm actually kind of cooking. So it made me feel good. Also, all right, buddy, it's after 12. Let's move on from the bro science.
Oh my
Still
God.
less cake than Lud. Stop being a misogynist towards Kaya, please. Ask the grass pal bro science. And run the top of the hour ad break. No, I'm not running it. It's 30 minutes in only. Yeah, March is back there working. Doing, I think, like, what is it? Reverse hypers? You can see him in the back.
Bro, chatters really just don't get it, do they? Like, at all.
But yeah, so it was definitely good, especially the circumstances considering, right? I'm not like bulking. I'm not supposed to be like, I'm supposed to be maintaining while simultaneously maintaining my muscle mass, maintaining my strength while simultaneously losing weight. However, this is one area where I've been able to still improve my lift, so that made me happy. I'm also officially at 243 pounds. I think it's the lightest I've been since my highest point during COVID. Peak of COVID, I was peaking in my weight.
Oop.
I look good. I feel good. I'm achieving
Okay,
my
my electricity
goals
just went off,
overall.
but we're still
So
streaming.
that makes me feel very good.
Okay.
Yeah, just wanted to share that accomplishment. Why do you talk? Why do your talking IG stories not cut out before the end anymore? I don't know. You should try out Olympic shoes. They help my depth a lot. No, I don't want to. I know what you're talking
What's the
about. I don't want to do that. You're talking about the lifts, right? Heel lifts, where it just like positions your feet in a way so that you can go down more. Like there's a baby lift in the heel for squatting. They're just like squatting shoes. I don't really care about that kind of stuff. I personally don't think that I'm at a level where I need to improve. Like that's for people who have already accomplished a certain level of lift that they want to make sure that they can get like that extra that they need to get like that extra ankle mobility to improve the bar path even further. I don't think you need to do that. I've only barely gotten a 90-degree parallel perfectly. So
Oh, we made it through Flint.
have you watched a new
I think
live
it's
action
great.
Avatar that's on Netflix?
Jason,
no.
like 100%.
Regular flat shoes are fine, or even barefoot if it feels comfortable. I used to squat and deadlift barefoot.
So we're actually going to do this. And we're just going to make our money off selling jokers.
Thing, and I probably will not because I heard that it sucks. So it's Mir the dog. That's so funny. That's a funny ass show.
Okay, I would watch that.
It's definitely a big letdown from the original.
It's Mir the dog.
How can I get lean? Do you have any tips?
Can sell that.
Yes. I always say this all the goddamn time. Eat less. That's it. There's no way around it. Like, if you're gaining weight currently, that means you need to eat less. You will never be able to outwork your diet.
Yo.
People go on walks, do this, do that. No, the thing you need to do
is dangerous.
Eat less. It's just the truth.
Okay.
Your body is a machine. And as a machine, it requires energy. Food is energy. Calories are energy. If you put more energy in your body than it actually burns every day,
so only one hand. Okay, we're cooked.
Then you will gain weight, which is a good thing if your goal is to gain weight. If your goal is to lose weight, then you have to put less energy than it actually is burning every day. This would be called being at a deficit, a caloric deficit. There is no way that you can outrun or out cardio or outwork your diet.
Okay,
your diet is the most important thing. I tell you this. Health Harvard says, stop counting calories. I will never stop counting calories. I don't care. You can write 1,000 different fucking articles on it. It literally doesn't matter. What I'm describing to you is not a motherfucking fad diet. Okay? What I'm describing to you is just basic principles. I don't care what fucking lame ass new theory that has been developed on how to work out. I'm not saying starve yourself, of course. If you starve yourself, you will lose muscle mass. You will become less healthy.
I do the handful method. It's always
all
worked.
of this stuff that they're describing here are true. Hasanabe's anti-science. No, I'm not anti-science. Anyone that says calories in, calories out is not like the basic principle of like building a healthy diet is anti-science. Okay? Like you don't have to do like I don't ever talk about fad diets. I never talk about like any of this dumb shit. Weight Watchers, Scarsdale, fucking OMAD even. And I've used these diets. I've done all of them. Some of them were very successful. Some of them weren't. Like getting into ketosis.
Yeah,
all
my
this shit
milkshake
is dumb
brings
as
all the
fuck.
boys who they are,
Ultimately,
but they're
the
Thank you, Ryan
foundational
Bridge,
principles
for the 3
are
months.
always going to be the
Thank
fucking
you.
same. Okay? The principle is your body is a fucking engine. And the engine requires,
Appreciate it.
in order for your engine to operate, it requires a certain amount of calories. You have a resting metabolic rate. Okay? Like if you were just
Aces
laying in
left.
bed, if you were just laying in fucking bed, incredibly sedentary, your body is still burning shit. If your mind is working to pump blood and feed your muscles, your body still needs food. Your body needs a healthy balance of obviously macronutrients and micronutrients. Okay? But ultimately,
God, I
the
chose
most,
the reason
in
why
the most
Twitch got banned in
reductive
Tokyo. Everyone
terms,
saw you
because
playing
I
this
can
and thought it was
always
gambling.
go
Oh, God.
further into it and
I'm not even
dive
kidding.
deeper
That
into it
actually
and
could be a
explain you
reason.
the
I'm not even
minutia.
kidding.
But overall, your body is a fucking engine, and that engine requires food for energy. Okay? And your body automatically burns through a certain amount. This is not bro science. Please stop saying bro science. I'm losing my mind. Nothing I am mentioning is bro science. I am a bro, and I am describing it in layman's terms, so it comes across as bro sciencey, but what I'm describing is not bro science. Oh,
It's just what you should do. Okay, full house, let's go.
dudes will look at the law of thermodynamics and go bro science.
If you could
Hello.
put money on it, I would not be playing this game if you could put money on it, though. It'd be
Anyway,
completely different. You know what I
Every
mean?
single thing that this article is writing is correct. You do have gut microbiomes. You do have a metabolism. You have the type of food you eat is also important. However, these are marginal differences that are still based on calories in, calories out. Because let's be real, okay? Regardless of your gut microbiome, regardless of that, if your body's resting metabolic rate, or if your body's like with the lifestyle choices that you make, if you're like sedentary or not, you know what I mean? How active you are, how much walking you do, for example, how much you fidget. These are all ironically things that factor into like what your body needs. Okay, how much you think, and how many calories you burn while eating. But your body to fucking consume the food and break it down,
We could
that
still
is
go
burning
flash build.
calories. It's a machine. None of this is bro science, by the way. Suck my dick if you say bro science to this. All of that
That's not bro
factors
science at all.
into the engine and how much fuel it requires.
He's right.
However, calories in, calories out is still the fucking foundational principle.
I want to
Anyway.
discard those 10s. This is why I'm doing this.
And obviously, for everyone, it's going to be different. Some people, like, here's a great example. Alex, 6'5", peeled to the gills, right? My friend Alex, Australian
Yoga's
Alex,
amazing.
tall Alex, not Alexa. Okay? He fidgets like a motherfucker. That plays a role
tens and
in him
fours.
unironically burning more. His resting metabolic rate is way higher than mine. Okay?
10s
Like
and
even
4s, we can do that.
fidgeting plays a role. If you're constantly moving around, if you're constantly moving your body, if you can't stay in fucking place, he follows Libs of TikTok. I was following Libs of TikTok as well before she blocked me.
Oh my god. Chat says chill.
What? Do you think one of my socialist friends who literally went to North Korea is like a secret reactionary? There's no shot you did that.
10s and 4s.
Yeah, dude.
Secret.
He's stayed with me for months. And I never found out that he's like secretly transphobic, actually. That's always funny.
Screen captain saved. You better follow
It's
through.
called
So
NEAT,
true.
or non-exercise activity thermogenesis.
This is
Yeah,
looking
that's
really
nerd
good.
Shit,
This is
okay?
looking
I'm not
really
gonna
good.
talk about that.
Okay, now look.
Point is, ultimately, a girl we got to blast off. Oh, yeah, I didn't
We
even
want
blast
tens and
off today.
fours. Tens and fours.
Good call. It's been 44 minutes.
and
I got
fours.
perma stuck on this silliness.
Or you,
I'll
Constellation.
blast off.
Nah,
I got
we'll
it.
go for
Oni
you.
Spumoni, don't worry. I got your meme.
Tens, let's go.
We're gonna do CPAC Hogwatch today.
And we're not going to make any interest, so we
CPAC
might as well use
Hogwatch is
you.
back.
Thank you.
Turkey
Okay, good. This
bans
is good. This is good so far.
Twitch.
This is very good so far. Bro, I'm amazed that Turkey has banned Twitch, bro.
Send me your best CPAC hogs. Turkey bans Twitch. Alabama is cursed.
It's insane.
And more.
Okay.
Yo, these grandmas making a transphobic rap is insane. Okay, hold on. What? I don't want to watch an Instagram reel, man. I'm sorry. Okay. Nathan.
34 MKD 50. 34 MKD 50 is Canadian.
Should I play Yakuza 0 or Kiwami first? Yakuza 0.
He's Canadian as well, so I don't know. You might just make an account in Canada. Yeah, no, you.
Oh, this
yeah.
was my best Instagram story.
he's
Here comes
Canadian
Commander
Turkish.
Biden. Yeah. 24 kills in combat, dude. Fucking legendary.
Yeah, we can do flushes or we can do full houses.
I also have another collab opportunity. Hassan, have a turkey glaze in the comments. I love that.
Bro, I'm amazed it's banned in Turkey. That's insane.
Okay. I
Bro,
love
what
glazing up
about
turkey?
I'm just trying to think, like, IndieB, other Turkish chatters. Fuck.
Yes, I saw China saying Palestine has a right to use violent means to liberate themselves, because it's correct. CPAC Hogwatch is back. Send me your best CPAC Hogs. Turkey bans Twitch. Alabama is cursed. Netanyahu, Gaza
Okay,
plans.
at this point, we get rid of you.
And more.
How many 8s do we have?
It's Friday. So we're having fun. Get in
Okay.
now. You are fat because you have weak Greek genetics. Yeah, I'm so fat, dude. Now your haters would really, really for you to go back to Turkey now. Trump's
What
statement on
text,
Alabama
dude?
IVF decision, if you're covering that first. Oh, he actually posted about this? That's crazy. That makes sense, though. It's so dumb. The IVF decision, I mean. All right, let's blast off, and I'm going to get back to the last... I'm going to wrap up the workout situation. Shouldn't we execute the fat shamer? No, I don't care. I'm in a good mood. Bro, I am the lightest I've been.
Okay, we want 8s.
I'm literally the lowest weight I've been.
I don't want any of this.
Since like
We can
the
upgrade
peak of
you.
the pandemic. I don't give a shit.
Must play 5 cards.
You know, I have my days. I have my days when I feel fat, and if you come in and you call me fat when I feel fat, I'm gonna be like, fuck you. You look fat as fuck. Yeah, I got a fat cock. Some days I feel bloated, or if I'm like working really hard and I'm not achieving the goals that I've set out for myself, if I don't feel very lean and you come in at that point and you fucking hit me with that, I'm gonna ban you, right?
Bro, please don't tell me I'm gonna throw this away.
Just to get another chatter banner over nothing. I don't think it's nothing. I don't think you should.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Discount chatter etiquette. Like,
okay, there we go.
As a chatter,
right, so
you shouldn't be allowed
really
to say
good.
whatever the fuck you want. You shouldn't be like trying to make the streamer upset. That seems insane. The way I see it is like, this is supposed to be a positive. This is supposed to be a positive interaction with with a massive community full of people. It's like a stadium. Why would you go in there and try to fuck up the vibes, right? Some Twitch streamers don't mind it. I do, especially because I have a lot of back and forth with my community, with my chat. So Seriously, respect big tall guys like you that lift. I'm 5'6", 200 pounds, and even though I can squat 400, your lift is far more impressive because of how long your legs are. Thank you for recognizing that and admitting that. People literally don't.
He gets
I mean,
so happy when
I
he
have my
gets
advantages.
that
Obviously, I have a
recognition.
lot more space to fill up, so there's more room to grow as far as strength.
Okay, we've got 3 more 8s.
Someone think of the poor tall
More
guy.
10s.
I feel like you started the stream so happy and now chat's being horrible. I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. I did see the January 6th pinball machine, yeah.
We're making it.
So where was I? Okay. As far as like calories and calories out goes and stuff like that, like I said, feeling pretty good. I swapped something and it finally clicked. I was a chatter asked if you've struggled with binge eating and they've been depressed for about 4 years. They're wondering what to use as motivation. Yeah, that's why I did OMAD the last time I like lost all the weight and kept it off. But now I don't do that. I still work out fasted.
Okay, thank you.
A liberal YouTuber called Lucy Hayes did a 2.5-hour episode on you about you hating Eastern Europe. It's so dumb. That's awesome.
Oh my god.
Where do you guys find this stuff?
Okay, 8. Because we get this. We get the benefit from this. And then this upgrades as well. Okay, all spades debuffed. We can live with that.
I just don't get it. I don't understand it because it's like
Discarding 5s. Okay, we'll play you
I
to
feel
get you
like
out of the way.
people that are in the Balkans that constantly get mad at me and say like, "Oh, dude, you hate Eastern Europe," are just like America dick riders for the most part. If that makes sense. Like they just want to be America so bad. And they don't understand that like most of the Western world thinks that they are Slavish dogs. You know what I mean? Like they don't, most of the Western world literally despises them. I don't. You know what I mean? I don't. Like it's always odd to me when like an Eastern European person will come at me for being like anti-America or some shit. You know what I mean? And it's like, dog, I want I have your best interest in mind. It's just like, you think this allegiance implies that they see you as a full human being and not just like a stopgap measure between you and Russia or between like the actual places that America does kind of care about. And even then, not that much, and Russia.
Okay.
Like people legitimately think that NATO, for example, is there to protect them and not only protected because it is a way for America to reinforce its hegemonic power. Anyway, don't watch these fucking dumbass videos. It has 13 views long. Oh my god. This YouTube channel made a 3-hour video about you, worth the watch.
This is actually worth it more.
Here in an undisclosed location. This is so sick.
Let's go.
This is exactly the type of 3-hour video that I fuck with.
Final Fantasy? I've never played Final Fantasy before. So I doubt it, but
anyway.
If people really want me to, then
have Google alerts
maybe.
With your name. I don't think they have Google alerts. I think they get fed it by the algo and don't even think about it. Don't think about the implications of like hyping up a 12 viewer video. Even in a stream like this, when you do that, you're basically bringing that to the attention of like many more haters. You're giving that person clout for no reason. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh, someone,
Anyway, we're moving on
Jason,
from
we
that.
should
I don't
send
think I need to be
Hassan the
a male
AI
feminist to be able to
Piran
attract
videos.
women. Okay.
God damn, these fan cams are nutty.
Look, let's be real.
Yeah, that's always
I don't
funny
think
when
I need
people
to
are
be,
like, people are like, you're just a feminist to get pussy.
What's
It's
the
like,
guy's
no,
name?
dude, I could get pussy as a
I could've-
misogynist.
I've got
okay?
enough space for
I
all
was
of them.
significantly more misogynistic when I was younger, I would say.
Oh,
something
sick,
I've
you-
learned from, something I've like,
There we go,
definitely
you unlock that. That's
grown
why I took it, because you unlock a
on,
Joker for
and
that.
that didn't change shit.
Okay, well, we'll take you.
Him in the tank and the tux makes me turn into a feral animal in ways that would concern the average person.
I think we eat fours. We haven't added a lot of fours, so
Anyway,
now we eat the nines and the fives and the threes. I
they're
should
gonna make a
eat
live
you,
action
but-
Naruto. It's gonna suck. I'm done. Don't do that. Oh, this is apparently glazing up Turkish music, is arabesque music specifically, which is ironic because it's like arabesque is not exactly Turkish music, but here it is. American music could never produce such euphonious, soul-ascending, heart-crunching, angelic, spirit-stirring motherfucking tunes. I levitated to heaven and back.
We gotta open the spectral pack. Bro, fuck you.
This genre of music is literally called arabesque. Arab, Persian, Turkish, Pakistani, and Hindi music had the most beautiful tunes. Your soul transcends to another realm.
Oh my god, that sucks.
That song is using Western harmony, Lama Fayal.
Okay, no. It's not,
This
but...
sounds like a Uzi beat. This is Arab erasure if you claim this is Turkish. I mean, it's a huge... This sounds like a Turkish drama OST that comes out every 2 minutes throughout the drama, and it's always bang. Got me feeling like I'm in a Turkish series. Dude, I love cultural imperialism, okay? It's so solid. Or if you want to be normal about it, not cultural imperialism, but like just making content that is captivating for people, okay? Turkish content is just done so much for Turkey. It's so much soft power for Turkey. How does this feel, seeing others live your dream? What? Anyway.
So I'll get this from the 10s. And the 8s.
Elongated harmonics with arpeggios is very arabesque, but its roots are across Asia. I saw this already. We watched this on stream. Tub maxing. Oh my god, no way.
So if you're online,
oh my god. Dude, more proof. A lot of people talk about Matt Cushman, Cushbaum, and his takes, like, and how prescient those takes are, and yada yada yada, on politics and history. I think the greatest Matt Cushman take is when he said bears are guys. Some animals are guys. And honestly, bears are guys is the greatest take that Matt Cushman ever had. All bears are just guys. They just hang. I don't know how else to describe it other than just look at this fucking video. That's just a guy.
If it contains 2 pairs, but I can double my money.
Like that's me.
Contains 2
I'm
pairs?
this thing. This is me.
Nah, it's too
I
late.
do this. This is what I do. This is exactly, like, down to the wire,
we'll get you.
exactly what I would do. Okay?
We'll upgrade the flush.
Мамину кашу, скажи, папа любит, давай. Ой, скажи,
Oh my god, this is just Kaya.
кашку медведушки. Ой, скажи, сладкую. Ой, ты. Где мой Носька? Нося красивый. Савва. Ой, ты моя чудо.
This is just Kaya.
Целушка такой. Зайкин мой сладкий. Молодец. Молодец, и мама тоже, да? И мама, скажи. И за маму, и за папу.
Молодец.
Молодец. Всего разлезал уже, облизал.
Fives.
Целулька такой, а? Кашу, доедай.
Ah, this has been so good for our econ. So
It's
insanely
not even a
good.
joke. This is every day I am reinforced in my firmly held consistent belief that has been unfortunately chastised by many because they're cowards that I could befriend a bear. Every single day there is more evidence that proves over and over and over again that I could befriend a bear.
Красиво. Носенька моя, Нося. Курносая. Да, целуля моя. Савва.
I love bears so much.
Савушка. Савушка-медведушка.
What's stopping you living in Los Angeles, California? Like the area that I live in, bears mean something entirely different. If you know what I'm saying. I live in West Hollywood. fellas.
Okay, we're
I'm always
surviving.
talking about how I Have you heard of this? I'm always talking about how I can befriend a bear. Okay? Living in West Hollywood, California. The only type of bear you can befriend is at the bear bars. Very different type of bear. That's right. Anyway. I don't believe in Russiagate except that bear TikTok is a psyop to trick us befriending them as pets. Yeah, that was my shitty ass Jay Leno. Okay. We're moving on from all this. What is the
Don't want
video
any
game
of
that
these.
all of the
But
EU
we'll grab
streamers and the
you.
Spanish streamers are playing? Is it Kebab Shop? I think Lyric is now playing it too. He said
Kebab
Kebab
Shop?
Mart, but that's like a different game. He's playing Supermarket Simulator. All
I'll
the
play
EU
that.
Andes are playing a game, and I want to play that as well. No. That's what Lyric is playing. Lyric is playing Supermarket Simulator, but that's not the actual game. It's Kebab Chefs, right? I thought it was this one, which I have lined up here. I can't remember if this is the actual one, but apparently this is a co-op game, so I'm trying to put this together. I'm trying to put a team together.
Ooh, okay.
I'm trying to put a team together with maybe Northern Lion
yes.
and two other people.
Yes, ask Northern Line, please.
I asked Quackity as well, and he said he'd be down. So I was thinking about I literally was thinking about doing it with like a Turkish streamer, Quackity potentially. I mean, we'll see. I'm thinking like if I were to put like a crew in the top of mind, I think I would make it with basically Quackity, Cellbit, and maybe Northern Lion.
Please, Northern Line, please.
Something like that. Turkish, Latin, and bald. All the demographics are covered. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, we need to get rid of some cards.
So we'll see. My wife would die if you played games with Northern Lion. Trust me, I'm
love
always trying to
Northern
play
Lion.
games with Northern Lion, but the only games he keeps playing are with my heart.
So true.
New Bill Skarsgård movie, Boy
Plus
Kills World.
2.
Yeah, I saw that. The Skarsgård family is known for two
Wait, I
things:
actually need to
being
make
absolutely
myself something.
fucking
Hold on.
peeled, looking really weird, but also hot in a weird way. And the third thing is being like the autistic silent killer in every fucking movie. In every movie, they just sit around, barely
Let me
fucking
find this
speak,
fucking
and do
song.
murders.
Hold on.
And they look hot
Sorry,
while doing
everyone.
it,
Give me a
even
second.
though they kind of look alien-like. The entire family is awesome at doing that. He's mute and deaf in this movie, by the way. I love it because not a friend of the show, but friend of other friends of the show is playing a very prominent role in this movie.
Let's do this.
Recognize
This was
that?
never a great city,
recognize that voice,
but it was
boys.
ours.
Are you with me? Always.
Until Hilda Vanderkoy took it from us. This is how she keeps.
Brett Gelman? What? Gross. What the fuck? No, dude. The opposite of Brett Gelman. An actually cool person who is like a lefty and friends of at least my uncle, my real uncle, Sam Cedar. We're talking H. John Benjamin, dude.
Keeps control. They call it the calling.
They're all gonna watch and cheer as you die.
That's
Mr. Bob
me.
Burger.
Facing televised execution by breakfast cereal mascots.
All right, our econ is
Not
going
my
off.
happiest day. But let me take you back to an even worse one. The day the Vanderkoys killed my.
H. John is a lefty. H. John Benjamin frequently goes on Sam Cedar's Majority Report. Okay. He literally voiced Saddam Hussein in the Blowback podcast created by Brendan James and Noah Colwyn, as you guys know. And on top of that, he has quite literally done pieces with the Gravel Institute talking specifically about how shitty capitalism is. H. John Benjamin is the GOAT. As a matter of fact,
I've been so
the
lucky
one
this run.
I would say that the one stream or show that he hasn't been on that is like a socialist show is mine.
Family and left me deaf and mute. So I made a 3-step plan. Step
to-
1, give myself an inner voice. I took the last one I remembered from this
Just
video
got
game.
at least 1-8 to get this
Player
off the
1
8.
wins. Step 2, get stronger. A lot stronger. And
How many
step
sevens are
3,
that? A lot more.
join a team.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Yeah, go team. The mission is simple. Make the Vanderkoys pay for what they have done. Insert crazy action montage.
I think this is going to be a good movie, by the way, and not just because of H. John Benjamin, but also because of a Skarsgård.
Easy.
Fuck Brett Gelman.
We're going
we
to
don't
the
care
moon.
about him. Who gives a fuck? But I do think that like this gives me hope. Sam Raimi.
When he was
Evil
distracted
Dead,
with his
Don't Breathe,
chat,
The
I'll try
Grudge.
again. Oh wait. I don't want any of these.
This movie's gonna own, yeah, for sure.
You know how hard it is to get a serial company to sponsor
Yes.
mass murder?
Thank you. Straight. No. Okay, last roll. Okay.
Like the only lame thing I saw
Full
in this
face cast
entire
debuff, that's
trailer,
fine.
other than fucking that ultra Zionist freak Brett Gelman's ugly ass face, was the classic beat for beat shot
We get rid
trailer
of 3s and 4s, I think.
cliche that they do all the time now.
Actually,
Like
3s
Baby
and 5s.
Driver Post Baby Driver, pretty much every fucking movie trailer does this now, which is lame as hell, but who gives a fuck? Whatever.
I don't like this plan.
You have reached your final destination.
I love...
Oh my god, no!
How do you unlock Ancient Deck? I can't remember. I think you have to like just stop saying. Like it sort of tells you what when you. I'll show you where it is when I'm done. Like with respect to everything else.
Gonna help us.
Let's see this.
Anyway, Optics Gaming COD video editing. In my opinion, all trailers are terrible across the board since like 2018. Isn't that suspiciously when Megaphonics started making trailers? Something to consider here. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, two copies of a selected card in your hand. Destroy one card in your hand and had 2 enhanced aces. I think we do this. Because aces are still really good. Oh, it just destroyed the ace. Okay, that's fine.
What is this? President what?
Anyway, he's not gonna...
Okay. Well, dude, I can't wait for fucking CPAC, baby. We're gonna be doing a live react to President Trump. My king,
we
my
get rid
goat.
of the...
It is the year after Baby Driver dropped, though. I'm making a joke because can't have shit in the stream. I was making a joke about Megaphonics because he makes music for movie trailers. Anyway, H. John Benjamin is the GOAT. Very excited for him. Maybe we'll have him on the stream one day. Who knows? Are you excited for Dune 2? I'm excited for Dune to your mom, what she Dune to me.
Okay.
69ing is what I'm talking about.
Please see this. That's all. Please.
I feel like we'll get H. John Benjamin before we get
he's just gonna, okay.
Northern Line,
That's it.
probably.
That's it. Not sending anymore.
Okay. Oh, here. This is the other thing I was going to show you guys. I need your opinion on this. Dude, I saw. Don't even fucking show me that shit, okay? Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Biden, 81, says the key to his marriage is good sex, according to the Daily Mail US.
Way.
Wow, dude.
Oh, God.
That's cool. Yeah, this certainly will defeat the he's not doing well up here allegations. Like, I mean, to be honest,
bro,
this is something I do believe. Okay, I do believe it. Because we know the dick game of the Bidens, okay?
No.
I've seen Hunter's cock. I've seen Joe Biden's brother's cock. I'm making an assumption here that Joe Biden probably also has a thick 8. Okay?
8, they both have 6 of them.
It's fine to admit.
Turn this 9.
Considering the cock game of the rest of the Bidens, this honestly seems believable.
We could go, actually, no. 7 and there's 9. Look at that.
We do hogwatch of different sorts. Dude is blowing up his dick as much as he's blowing up Gaza. If the blood goes to the dick, there's no way he survives. What? Get ready for 15K, buddy? What does that mean?
15K, buddy?
I mean, that'd be weird Chinese, if this guy was a fucking hate watcher who's been sub for 16 months.
Okay. In this instance,
am I about to get hosted or something? What does he mean? The people leaving Lamau? Wait, what? Why?
I know he's talking about people leaving. Oh, okay.
Oh, because I tweeted that. Because I tweeted that Biden has a thick one. It's just the truth. I'll be honest with you.
Hopefully the glass doesn't break.
If telling the truth, which includes Biden's hog, most likely being a thick one, if that causes people to leave, then I'm sorry. Okay?
Didn't break.
I'm sorry. But I'm going to keep saying the fucking truth. By the way, one of the worst things that I could ever do is like have someone on their stream because all of my fucking mentally ill... That's awesome. All of my mentally ill hate watchers like have swarmed this dude's fucking entire life now. He's getting obliterated on Twitter. Most people, if you actually have friends in Ukraine you care about, you would simply not try to speak for Ukrainians and appear on a sound piker and dismiss the real tragedy of Ukraine surrendering territory to a genocidal Russia. If you have family in Ukraine you care about, you would agree with me. Clearly, you either do not have family there or do not care about them. Are you trying to imply that my wife's family is not family, you piece of shit? Or what they or I should think about Russian aggression against them? Fuck all the way off. Most online psychoanalysis is garbage, but I really believe it's a strong sign that something is wrong when people can't recognize their own behavior being mirrored back at them. The online Ukrainian flag people have gotten unhinged lately. It's because we have officially entered the 2nd anniversary. Okay. So
save you to the end.
As it enters its 2nd year, as the invasion of Ukraine enters its 2nd year, obviously a lot of people are very agitated about it. Many people have like dropped their support of Ukraine because they feel like it's a dead ender, because most of them are not like really into it or really invested. Or maybe they were, but they're not invested for one reason or the other. Maybe because they're demoralized. Okay?
Level 11.
And, of
this
course,
has been a very lucky
this is
run.
something I was going to talk about as well. This is the anniversary. We passed the anniversary of my greatest tweet of all time. The most go-to tweet.
Ooh, it actually worked, and it gave you the word.
One of my biggest misses, one of my biggest, most publicized misses, that was literally attached to one of my biggest and most, ironically, not publicized, correct assessments. The Putin is bad, not mad. He would never be able to permanently annex a country with 44 million people whose national project is not being a part of Russia. This is a hill I will die on. Putin will not invade Ukraine. It's so funny because, like, I was so right on the permanent annexation and how devastating that would be for all parties involved.
Also, cooking an
and
antidote
so
was like 30 billion or
on
something.
Putin not being a fucking
I don't know if I'm ready for
madman
that.
who would do that.
We're on the last one. We're on the last stretch.
Your next bad take is that Russia isn't going to win. There is no winning in that situation. There's no, like, hegemonic world peace just comes in here and says things, like, doesn't have any fucking real opinion
Holy
at
fuck,
all.
it worked
Like,
twice
nothing
in a
I
row.
hear from him is real. Everything we said would happen to Ukraine is happening. They're being hollowed out by privatization schemes, massive casualties on the front line, and the U.S. abandoned them when it became politically inconvenient. Both you and I literally predicted this exact train of events. Yes, but make no mistake. I was wrong when I said Russia won't invade Ukraine, because that would be fucking nutty for Russia to do. It would be insane.
Okay.
I was wrong on that. So, of course, people will always fucking hit the Hassan is pro-Putin line.
That's fine.
No matter what. Anyway. My uncle is still stuck in Ukraine because of martial law, and he's at risk of being drafted at any given moment because he's still young enough to serve. Mid-50s is so fucked. Entire towns have been emptied of young men. The average age of conscript is late 30s, early 40s now. Yeah. Things are not good. They're not looking good at all. They're not looking great at all. I mean, people are engaging in maximum amounts of copium on both sides of the equation. On the Ukraine defender side, the Ukraine flag guys have gotten way more fucking angry as of late because they feel like the more Russia makes like marginal gains, the worse the outcomes look for Ukraine. They obviously don't give a shit about the Ukrainian people for the most part. It seems like anytime I hear anything about Ukraine, it's always from either a Western person who's like, I'm the foremost authority on Ukraine because I talk to Ukrainian people on the ground or something, or it's like a Ukrainian NGO, like a Western focused NGO that's there to be like, you are literally a Putin dick rider.
Let's see how far we can go.
Overall, I feel like, you know, it's just a devastating set of circumstances. It's really, really bad. And it's seemingly looking worse every fucking day because we trickled in our weapons into Ukraine. And the weapons that trickled in came too late. Ukraine definitely put up a phenomenal defense that actually was able to...
Let's see.
Your take on Ukraine is dog shit, not gonna lie. You sound like a centrist right now.
If you buy the blank,
there is no centrism on the morality of the issue.
I had no idea.
One side is in the wrong and the other side is in the right. Ukrainians are right. Ukrainians are correct in wanting emancipation from a Russian invasion. The Russian military is in the wrong. There is no both sides on that situation at all. This is something I've been saying since day one. I know that people think I'm simply saying that for some other secret nefarious reason because I'm like secretly a Vladimir Putin dick rider, defender, or whatever, but no. Vladimir Putin is not some communist revolutionary. He is engaging in irredentist actions in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin is a capitalist, an oligarch that manages a kleptocracy. Of course, his actions in Ukraine are completely unjustifiable.
I'm glad to know that.
Ridiculous.
Let's have a
to
look.
defend it at all. I make fun of the people who are pushing Z all the time as well that say things like, you don't understand, dumbass. Vladimir Putin is actually doing big brain 7D chess stuff every day. He took over another fucking village now and completely leveled it to the goddamn ground. It's so sick. The entire area that he invaded to basically protect Donbass caused a shit ton more casualties on the Russian side just as well as on the Ukrainian side, which was an excellent 5D chess move. It's like, no, it's dumb as fuck. Yeah, Putin also made NATO impossible to disband for another 50 years. Yeah, 100%. Avdiivka and Bakhmut are strategically important, to be honest. But strategically important for what? Strategically important for what? Like, at what cost is the question you have to ask.
Oof. We're making it. We're making it.
If your overarching goal is to dominate Ukrainian politics, okay, soft power is significantly better if your goal is that. You are missing a huge part of what this war has demonstrated. It is revealed that for the world that one, brutal Western sanctions can be overcome with the right pivoting, and two, the Western industrial apparatus is rotted and weak. Also, even our media before the invasion highlighted the brutality of Azov was committing in eastern Ukraine. Yeah, but the solution to the brutality in eastern Ukraine by Azov is not infinitely more brutality by the same people, and also now the Russian military as well. What the fuck are we talking about?
Why not? Let's redeem this as well.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I do not believe, even for a fucking singular second, that Vladimir Putin legitimately is interested in the well-being of like ethnic Russians living in eastern Ukraine. Look at his actions. That's crazy to me.
Okay, 10,
Okay.
10. Aces.
I also don't believe that he was ever remotely interested in denazifying Ukraine. That's a bullshit fucking excuse. It's bullshit. This does not mean that there aren't like hyper nationalistic people in Ukraine, specifically Nazis in the Ukrainian military. I covered the Azov guys far before the Russian invasion. Okay. And I covered them after the Russian invasion started as well, which is
No
part of the
repeat
reason why
hand types
plenty of
this
people kept
round.
saying I'm a Russian propagandist.
That's fine.
This is the reason. Hassan is a fan of Putin. 1. Hassan loves horses, so does Putin. 2. Hassan is bald, so is Putin. 3. Hassan loves public execution, so does Putin. 4. Hassan loves top of the hour ad break. This is one of the first instances where someone actually debated me with something that I thought was going to be productive and funny.
What the fuck?
Like, normally it's someone who's like coming at me to anger me. This is not one of those moments. This is an instance where someone came at me to be funny and you cooked.
Okay.
I got fucking destroyed. Anyway, here's the Thurman ad break now. If you no longer want to see
Let's just
those
see.
ads and you don't have access to anti-air missiles,
It's fine. I'll play it anyway.
over the shoulder,
I want to get better
anti-air
ones.
shit, then you're going to need to subscribe for $5
Okay.
or for free with a Twitch
Well,
Prime. Owen Gila, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Please tell me you don't love horses, please, please. I am a horse girl, but not in the way that
Horse, no
you know,
cigar, though.
you understand how some people love horses. I think that loving horses that way is gross and weird. I, on the other hand, treat horses like big dogs. I love dogs, and I think horses are very close to dogs.
When round
in
begins,
the
add a
way
random
that
playing card with a
they
random steal to
operate,
your
in the
hand.
way that
Oh my
they
god,
are.
that's insane. Win a run with any deck. At least
Horses
green
scare
stage
me.
difficulty.
They're awesome. They're very smart.
-1 joke. Ooh, this is cool. Rerolls cost 2 less.
Anyway.
Woo. That was fun. Okay,
Not
I'm
to
gonna do
try
one
to
more
start
round
shit,
and
but
then I
you
think
spend
I'm
more
good.
time defending your Ukraine position than explaining it to us. What do you mean? My defense of the Ukraine position is an explanation for
That was
what's going
great.
on in Ukraine,
Lots of
though.
fun.
It's such a weird way to approach the subject matter. Every single time that I defend my position, I'm basically giving you still facts about the situation on the ground. Anyway, those cities are important because they're in mortar distance to a paramount
Okay.
train track. Currently, Russia can't use it and is forced to
Sub-Zero,
move
we could
material
do
and troops
some.
via
I
streets
don't
and
mind
planes.
going
Logistics
streaming
win
late
wars,
if you guys want
and
some
with the train
Sub-Zero after
tracks,
this.
Russia will gain more
Yes.
land.
Yes,
no, I
Paula?
understand all of that, and
What's
also Avdiivka is, higher elevated and yada yada yada. Captain
You watched
ACAP
the
badge,
clip?
thank you for the 5 get the subs.
No, I didn't
and,
yet.
Now they don't have that.
Okay, send it to me. I'll watch it.
They don't have
just
that
before
position to
going
keep
off.
fucking bombing into
Okay, we're gonna play
Russian
again, but we're gonna
positions
play
that are
with
firmly
the new
mounted
deck.
in eastern Ukraine. Got it.
Plus
Fine,
2
I
hand size,
understand
minus
that.
1 joker
That
slot.
doesn't spell victory. If that
Hold on.
victory
I
is
need the
a,
bottom. I'll be
is
back in a second.
Is it Pyrrhic or Pyrrhic victory? It's not real victory. If your overarching goal is to undermine Western influence in Ukraine, and the way that you Pyrrhic victory, I always say Pyrrhic. Okay, Pyrrhic victory. If your overarching goal is to undermine Western involvement in Ukraine and ensure that they never join NATO, which you know is not going to fucking happen anyway, then you already have pressure points through your economic cooperation with other NATO countries in the form of like oil and gas. That trade is really valuable. Obviously, that the influence that you have through that trade is really valuable. And then as far as like not allowing Ukraine to join NATO or enforcing some kind of red line, you already do that. You already have Crimea.
No, I'll do below 0 after this.
And
Sorry, I just need
it's
the
not going to
bottom.
happen anyway. So Let's say Ukraine agrees to leave Donbass and Crimea to Russia. What stops Russia from regrouping and attacking it in the future? Ukraine has tried to freeze the conflict in mid-2010s, but Russia invaded again. Agreeing to peace terms as beneficial to Russia might just postpone another war in the future. Might just postpone for another war in the future? Well, another war in the future that has like a steady period of cessation of hostilities, unironically, is better than continuing the war and allowing it to be a slow churn that still slowly but surely increases the conscription age in Ukraine as they run out of men. You know what I mean? That's the problem, I think. The Ukraine war will never be a victory for Russia because the costs at all levels were already too high, but the defeat of the West is entirely possible, and if Ukraine cedes large areas, it will be viewed as such. In Russia in particular, this would be seen as a victor. Yeah. The risk of Russia not following through on the conditions of a peace negotiation or a ceasefire negotiation is a permanent issue with every cessation of hostilities. Anytime you have a treaty, because that is how wars end, regardless of the victorious position you have, or regardless of the enemies having a victorious position, no matter what happens, that's how every fucking war ends, technically. And there's always a situation where the one party could technically violate those terms and conditions. So if that is the realistic outcome, let's say, operating on the pure hypothetical that they will do this again doesn't change the reality that you have to give it a shot, in my opinion. Like, Israel has every opportunity to, if there is a permanent ceasefire, Israel's every opportunity to violate that. They have done it in the past, right? But that won't stop me from saying that fucking Israel has to do a ceasefire. Does that make sense? Like, it's almost identical to my position in Gaza. In the immediate, a cessation of hostilities is an absolute necessity. That's it. Those are way different situations. No, what do you mean those are way different situations? No, the fuck they're not. I mean, Israel is worse.
Okay.
Worse, for sure. But those are not different situations at all. Israel's entire existence relies on 75 years of occupation and death and destruction.
Watch it after I've done this last
in comparison to the Russian invasion that is a relatively new phenomena. However, it's still the same as far as the basics and the morality of it.
2 more decks.
Russia's actions, as far as like occupying or invading Ukraine,
let's play with this one,
are awful and immoral and violent. Just like Israel's actions are awful and immoral and violent. Anyway.
Discover every planet card.
What is this? This war has cost the West peanuts? That's so fucking not true. That part is ridiculous, dude. First of all,
have $400 or more. Play every heart in your deck in a single round.
I hate that take so much. Like, this assessment is so gross and sociopathic. I'm sorry. I don't know if you intended it for it to be that way. One, it's incorrect. It's 5% of the military budget, billions of dollars, and every fucking singular dollar that goes back into the military industrial complex is a singular dollar that could have gone to building fucking bricks and making homes and rebuilding our roads, rebuilding our healthcare infrastructure. So that's ridiculous to say, oh, dude, it's a couple $1 billion here and there. Just fucking write it off. That is before we get to the actual human cost.
You can join Fizzentine Helldivers? Tomorrow,
not today. The
actual
human cost of that, on top of that, for the Ukrainians, as they as the American
Don't
and the
feel like it
Western
today.
forces say, they goad them into
feel
being
like
like, no,
cozy gaming.
we're going to
I
set
don't
up
feel
an
like
unrealistic
democracy.
proposal. We're going to keep feeding you weapons. Don't worry. Don't worry. The weapons are coming. The weapons are coming. And then they don't come in the timely manner that it's supposed to, in the way that Zelensky has asked for them since the beginning, allowing them to get fucking brutalized in the meat grinder. And what are they supposed to do? They can't do anything. They can't say anything. What are the Ukrainians supposed to do?
How did you get in the
It's
fascist
same
test again?
position
I
with the
skipped
Kurds.
most of it, so
Every
it
single
would have come
time.
across as like a centrist.
This was
I
my
guess.
analysis from the jump. Every single time, America goes, "Oh yeah, no, we'll help you out," and then they fuck off inevitably when they're
But
bored,
not high.
or when it becomes no longer politically viable, or there's another shiny toy, and they say, "I don't want to play with you no more." Here, and
Fuck
they
you too,
leave
then, wow.
out our allies
That's
to the
not
fucking
cozy
dogs,
gaming.
to the wolves.
I don't want to.
My generation had their future leveraged against the cost of Afghanistan and Iraq. It feels like a lot less. That is such a weird way to look at it. It's a weird way to approach the subject, my friend. You make it seem like it is an inevitability. And under, obviously, socialist terms, it is an inevitability. Imperialism is a necessity under capitalism.
Okay. 2 malt plus 2 malt for every
Final state of capitalism. So technically it is an inevitability, but there is an alternative way.
10 malts.
Especially when we're talking about it
Okay. We
in
can
a
do
community
econ
such
builds.
as this one. You don't have to say, no, dude, this is like way cheaper than Afghanistan. You know what I mean? Like, your goal should be, especially in a circle like this, to talk about ways of dismantling the military-industrial complex, to make an argument as to why we have to dismantle the military-industrial
Hold on, I need to
complex and
restart
not,
Ballad Show.
well, it's going to happen no matter what, so at least it's like lower. It's a lower cost, a lower burden. At least we don't have our own veterans getting fucking thrown into hellfire.
Hold on. Balatro. Here we go. That I swapped over to different headphones because I was getting hot. You haven't your PhD into today? That's
Cool.
okay. How did it go?
So I don't know what else to say about it other than it's bad. It's not good. Palestine segment on CPAC live now. I mean, it's kind of mid. Talk to me when we get to Trump.
Alright,
you know what I mean?
Okay. I don't know how long we're gonna keep this around for.
The West is sending their aging arsenal that they would have to spend millions, if not billions, decommissioning anyways. The Ukrainians can at least use these weapons while they're still a match for Russia's current military capacity. Russia's losing these assets now reduces our need for a continued military-industrial complex. You are on an enormous amount of copium if you think that this reduces our military-industrial complex.
Okay, sick.
What?
Okay. Great.
You have to hand it to, dude, listen, I know I'm bested in the marketplace of ideas when I got people trying to make anti-capitalist arguments as to why the military-industrial complex will be dismantled by funding the military-industrial complex. Okay? That's phenomenal. This is the reason why the left is completely lost, okay? Across the board, globally, around the planet. Wow. That was really good. You fucked me up. Like, I know the liberal talking points. Ukraine is gay. Russia is anti-gay. You know? Like, that's a liberal talking point, right? Like, I'm familiar with that. That one I know. That one I know is like bullshit. I know how to deal with that.
The other one, he's like, I have no idea how to deal with it.
This kind of argument, I've never heard like this is actually undermining the military-industrial complex.
Contains a pair? Yes. Plus 2 malt for a pair? Yes. That's amazing. Oh my god, let's go. We need to work on this econ, but we don't. Okay, let's see.
There is no reason for the CIA to operate ever. There's no fucking COINTELPRO that is ever a necessity. We have people doing it for free in these communities. That's why I think it's always funny whenever people... That's why I always think it's funny whenever people talk about, you know, whether a
What are you
YouTuber
studying, Combustible
or a
Lemon?
podcaster is like CIA.
I've never asked this before.
You know what I mean?
Mathematics. Ooh,
So-
okay. Are you in? What are you doing? Are you doing applied maths? Are you doing like? What's the vibe?
That chatter statement is so stupid. The CIA even wouldn't bother to use it for
Topology,
propaganda.
pure maths, complex dynamics.
Yeah, okay.
Wow. Okay. Complex dynamics is insanely complicated.
You do that with Johnny Harris, though. I mean, I'm mostly memeing, but Johnny Harris might actually have interned it. That's a little different. I think Johnny Harris operates in a different level. Like, the guy most notable for having horse porn folders in his fucking computer is not on the CIA payroll in the same way that, like, a dude who worked at Vox and won an Emmy last year might potentially be. You know what I mean? His influence is far more vast than the horse porn guy.
Truss's dad.
So I don't think the horse porn guy is CIA, whereas like the guy who actually interned for NATO and think tanks might be, but it's still a joke. It's humorous regardless. Also, let's not forget he is Mormon, formerly Mormon.
We're gonna
Johnny Harris,
use
I
every
mean,
single
which
planet
is,
card we see.
you
We're
know,
doing it.
That's it. All Mormons are CIA.
We'll upgrade you to an ace.
Anyway, no, I don't want to watch Nigel Farage. All right, as far as Kiev, Ukraine, Ukraine failed to safely evacuate all of its troops from the eastern city of Avdiivka during its disorderly retreat over the weekend, despite claims from its new top military commander that the move was designed to save lives and avoid encirclement by the advancing Russians. At least 6 wounded troops from the 110th Brigade became trapped behind Russian lines, where they appeared to have later been executed, the brigade said in a statement posted on Facebook. Members of the military who participated in the operation said they were unsure how many others had also been left behind, but any number of casualties is sure to further deteriorate morale on the front line as Ukrainian troops, already outgunned and outnumbered, struggle to replenish their ranks and await further assistance from the West. So,
it's pretty basically disowned, I'm sure. She used to be
yes,
full
on
like
that front.
Like, didn't she used to be like a super like anarchitty? No, she was always she's lived
Ukraine
in.
is facing
Okay.
2 problems. Problem number 1, they're running out of people. A major problem, the biggest problem that they're facing. Problem number 2, they're running out of bullets. Now, you can fix problem number 2. You can,
We want to get out of here as
send
soon
in
as possible.
shipments of weapons and all that stuff, but you can't really fix problem number 1. And that's a big issue. Unless, and I mean this with all sincerity, we start conscripting everyone on Reddit. If you've ever posted on World News, if you've ever talked about how Ukraine needs to fight till the last Ukrainian, and you live in the West, I think we should conscript you. I want to do a 1-to-1 program. Every Ukrainian male that is potentially at risk of being conscripted, I want to do a 1-to-1
your brain.
swap.
Any questions? Mathematics is taught very badly in
It doesn't
school.
matter what age you are. If you live in the West and you are championing the Ukrainians fighting,
like very badly.
you will take the role of a person who does not want to be conscripted in Ukraine. I think this is a moral thing to do. I think it's a just thing to do. Make a 1-to-1 swap.
Let's see.
If you're a YouTube guy, okay? If you're a YouTube guy and you make YouTube videos all the time.
No, it's not the syllabus.
1-to-1 swap.
It's the way it's taught. The syllabus is, in my opinion,
you
pretty
always
good.
are advocating to
Well,
continue
I don't know A level.
sending
but
Ukrainians to the
I
meat
do
grinder,
slightly.
it is a moral cause. It is a just cause. You have to go there and you have to fight. Because technically, if Putin is Hitler,
Yes,
okay, if he's
exactly.
Putler, what are you doing? You got to fight Putler.
It's like you like it
have
anyway.
to. How can you make the same argument that is used against you in other conflicts you defend? Bad take, in my opinion. Really? Because I often have the exact same opinion on other conflicts as well, which is an end to the conflict. I've said the exact same thing about Israel-Palestine too. I want Israel to stop fucking bombing Palestine. I want Israel to stop bombing Gaza. Don't go hard, please. Just friendly advice. No, it's not friendly advice. You have completely misunderstood my position, I think. If I was pushing for Russia to fucking bomb Ukraine harder, and you were like, why don't you go conscript in the Russian military, asshole? You would be right. If I was making that argument, you'd be right. But that's not the argument I'm making at all. Making the exact opposite of that argument. And the same goes for any kind of war that is occurring anywhere around the world.
Let's hope it's a good negative joker.
Does it go both ways now? So then the Ukrainians need to browse Reddit and make YouTube videos? Sure. I mean, I've been a big time advocate for Ukrainians coming into the United States of America. I don't give a shit.
This is not as great. I really hope
that position is also consistent. It's a consistently held position that I've always had, which is that people that don't want to be conscripted, people that are escaping war, our home should be open to them. And that is something that I said since day fucking one. That is something that I stressed when we were raising money for Ukrainian charities.
Is 4 of a kind doable? I think it could be.
So yeah. What the fuck? Murata just fucking giving me a FaceTime call out of nowhere, brother. What the hell is going on? What the hell?
Let's see if we can get any better jokers. Okay. Extra large binder. Okay, we can make it.
Yeah, members of the military participating in the operation said they were unsure how many others had also been left behind, but any number of casualties is sure to further deteriorate morale on the front lines. Russia's capture of Avdiivka, a strategic and now almost completely destroyed city located about 15 miles from the Russian-occupied regional capital of Donetsk, was Moscow's most significant territorial victory since it seized Bakhmut last May. Diverging accounts have emerged in the days since Ukraine's retreat, including some that support Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's assertions that many more Russians were killed or wounded fighting for the city than the Ukrainians.
Anti-11, 7
that
million
is,
builds?
again,
Holy moly.
maximalist copium. 3 U.S. officials said Wednesday that they were told by Ukrainian officials that dozens of Ukrainian soldiers left behind enemy lines as their units withdrew. The officials, speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the issue, said earlier reports that up to 1,000 Ukrainians are missing or captured appear to be exaggerated, but they acknowledge the situation is still severe with many left behind. One senior, no, he called and then turned it off. Shut the fuck up, chatters. Please stop trying to manage my relationship with my brother. Okay? Oh my God, where are we at with parasocialism? It has now reached a maximum level.
Too high. Okay. Planet cards appear 2 times more frequently in the shop. Yes, we want to boost you as much as possible.
On your stance? You've been morally correct because this is day one, or people just discuss details and small facts you got right or wrong. It's just drama. That's what it is.
Chips.
All right, let's continue. The number will be close to 100, the Ukrainians later acknowledged to U.S. officials.
You just have to upgrade,
in the 110th Brigade statement, it said constant attacks from Russian aircraft, artillery, and drones made it impossible to evacuate several seriously wounded and dead servicemen. After Russian forces surrounded some of the troops, Ukraine tried to make contact with Russia through intermediaries and requested the wounded be treated and taken prisoner. The brigade said Russia agreed, but later posted footage showing that 3 of the soldiers were already dead. Ukraine separately confirmed that 2 of the other wounded soldiers were also killed, the brigade said, and is still seeking information about a 6th. Yeah, I saw we got another big balloon.
Kanye day one.
The footage is circulated on Ukrainian social media, and the Ukrainian media outlets reported the family members confirmed the deaths of their relatives in the video. Other members of Ukraine's military who were familiar with the final weeks of fighting in Avdiivka and Ukraine's rapid withdrawal from the city said the situation was chaotic and poorly planned. The account suggested the retreat ordered by Colonel General Alexander Syrskyi, who was named as Ukraine's top commander by Zelensky this month, was a grim and dangerous operation and hardly the orderly pullback to a more advantageous position that the Ukrainian military officials claimed at the time. One soldier who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss the situation said some troops were ordered to take positions that were either already lost or destroyed. Constant Russian attacks made the task impossible. Russian forces outnumbering Ukrainians 7-1. Russia constantly bombarded the area, launching as many as 60 guided aviation bombs per day, which Ukraine could not repel because of a lack of anti-craft defenses. Notice how the two issues that I mentioned that we cannot solve are very apparent here. Thank you, by the way, for the 10 gifted subs. Las Canarias. Russia outnumbers the Ukrainian military 7-1. Russia has more bodies to throw into the fucking meat grinder than Ukraine does. And also, Ukraine doesn't have ammunition either.
Bro, I don't know how to help you with that. Little mouse, dude, I don't know. That's funny, though.
A ceasefire now or a ceasefire 1 year ago would have given Ukraine a favorable leveraging position. A ceasefire now will still give Ukraine a favorable leveraging position in comparison to a ceasefire 6 months from now. Do you guys understand?
Too? Oh my god.
This is what I've been stressing. And yet people have been consistently talking about how Ukraine is actually winning the war and how they will continue winning the war and how that's the reason why they need to keep pushing and push harder and push harder and push harder and push harder.
This is really amazing.
Every day that goes by where Russia advances on a new position is a worse form of leverage for Ukraine. How do you plan on achieving a ceasefire? Russia is winning. Why would they accept a ceasefire? Great question. Russia has said that they would.
I will explain why. We can upgrade full house every single time if we just discard a full house first time. Yo.
So you grease the wheels and you say economic cooperation can come back. And Russia isn't winning either. Russia is simply not getting fucking owned.
Starting. Good
That's
luck.
it.
How are you going to get the full house without a discard? No. No. Upgrade the first level of the first discarded poker hand. That's the thing. So I've got enough. I'm drawing enough cards that I can discard
Ukrainian
a full
victory.
house.
After all, this is exactly the fairy tale that Ukraine told us. No, this is not a fairy tale that Ukraine told us. This is a fairy tale that the West lied to Ukraine about. I don't think. I mean, this has been bad intelligence on either side of the equation. Okay. Russia had bad intelligence, thinking that they could absolutely decapitate the Ukrainian leadership immediately and start fucking having air superiority over the entirety of Ukraine, the Ukrainian airspace. That was a failure.
Okay.
That didn't fucking work.
Oh, I see what you mean. You need to draw the card.
The
first discarded. Okay, you need to play until then. Okay, I understand now.
Russian invasion. They had to go back to the eastern positions and dig in, right? On the Ukrainian front, it wasn't the Ukrainians that were lying. It was the American military that knew better and the American generals that knew better that, in my opinion, served them lies.
I get it now.
And I don't think America has bad intelligence. I think America operates on their own. America operates on their own framework on how whatever is supposed to be beneficial to them.
Very annoying.
And I think if you're operating on that, if you're operating on whatever is beneficial to you, and your military-industrial complex is using older supplies, sending it into fucking Ukraine, turning around, and then having to re-up their supply because now they're depleted, and they're getting all those, they're getting bigger budgets that they can justify. The stock market's doing well for defense. Then why the fuck wouldn't they continue this war? The one thing I will say here,
we just made it.
Is that I think.
Okay, this can work. This can work.
I think, is Russian imperialism purely motivated by capital interests? Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, so
the one thing I will say is that
okay, we discard this.
Russia also would benefit from a ceasefire, at least if that ceasefire came with economic cooperation and favorable conditions for their continued collaboration with the Western world. Like, people always forget that ceasefire negotiations or all matter of negotiations do not only occur on the basis of who has more physical leverage, like how you can push someone to engage in actions that they don't want to engage in. Like, it's not just the negative
we really
reinforcement. There's also
yeah.
positive reinforcements that you can also push for. This would, of course, require America to take a bit of an L when it comes to the American oil and gas industry making up for the
This is not good anymore. We need something else.
For making up
It's
for,
too
I
late
guess,
for
like
you.
some of the gas that Russia sends into Europe. It would cut into their profit margins, and they will never do that. So it's considered, majorly beneficial for the oil and gas sector in the United States of America to continue doing this war, to continue forcibly trying to sever Russia's economic relations with European countries.
Tens. Got 3. 8s. We've got 3.
That's it.
7s. This could work amazingly with a high card build.
Foreshadowing is a literary device in
I don't know what to think of the economic cooperation. Sure, it had damaged the USA's grip on Europe, but I can't imagine it happening so long as Putin is in power. It was already happening.
Okay.
A ceasefire would mean that the West accepts forcefully moving borders through military power, a new age. Yeah, dude. That surely has never happened. Like, that's why Golan Heights is actually technically Israel and not
Before
Syria.
we discard, how many
that
tens
just kind of happened. A new age in the sense that
a lot more queens.
a new age in the sense that someone who isn't sanctioned by the West is able to
we'll
do
play
this.
the 7s.
No, it's not another scale at all.
And the 9.
You're wrong. The only thing new about this
Play
process is that this would be an outward, openly hostile foreign adversary that is able to do this, that is outside of the sphere of influence of the West that's able to do this. And that still happens, by the way. You just don't hear about it because it's not something that's like, talked about in the media.
Discard you.
Anyway.
Play you.
This is I
and
think, byproduct of America's grip of power waning in the global stage. I think that definitely is a very real thing. We've entered a new era of history on that front, I will admit.
But it's not enough. A lot of aces.
Okay. My man said Golan Heights ? Golan Heights is annexed Israeli territory that Israel took by force and never gave up. It's actually Syrian land. Azerbaijan with Armenia is one example of this. Not necessarily, because Azerbaijan was Azerbaijan was aligned with Israel, and Azerbaijan also supplies Israel with oil and gas through Turkey, by the way. And Azerbaijan was armed with Israeli arms, so they were allowed to do that. So it's still technically within the Western sphere of influence.
We made it.
If anything, you could say that like the Azerbaijan-Armenia situation only came to that conclusion or came to be because of Russia leaving it alone. Because Russia as a regional actor, Russia as the regional superpower there was always keeping that situation in check to a certain degree.
Holy moly. Yeah, real holy moly moment, not gonna lie.
So, you have to remember that. I agree with you on Putin's military intel lacking, which is why he made the mistake of going to Kyiv itself. But the Baltic pipeline construction began in 2020 and would have heavily undermined the Nord Stream pipelines and likely weakened Russia's ability to dismantle Germany and France from NATO economically. No. Yes, there are certainly competing elements. I agree. But I think ultimately it would have just made it cheaper. But Russia still would have lowered its pricing.
Okay, we're not going to fuck around with this now.
Engage in economic cooperation. Why do you have such a hate boner for Russia? Do I fucking suck Putin's dick every day of the week, or do I have a hate boner for Russia? Which one is it, guys? Yes, both. Whichever is more favorable to me in this particular moment where I can trigger you and anger you.
Oh, upgraded a pair. Sick.
Somehow both.
Okay.
Pick one, chat. Pick one
Good
and go
to
along
know.
with it. You're too anti-Putin? Yeah, of course I'm anti-Putin. Why wouldn't I be anti-Putin? He is like,
oh my God,
I'm anti-Erdogan as well. The fuck?
What
yes,
is
dude,
this chat
I
going
don't
on
like
about?
Vladimir Putin, who is a fucking counter-revolutionary, anti-socialist, anti-communist, fascist piece of shit. Why wouldn't I be fucking against him? Like, I don't understand. People literally think like he's... Do you still think that he is like some kind of socialist hero or something?
You too anti-Putin, dude. I've never heard that before, chat. Ever. Not once. Like, ever. Let's just do this just in case.
The EFF isn't anti-Putin. Yes, I know that. I know why other factions in the global...
The EFF isn't anti-Putin. Bro... No, like, South African politics doesn't work that way. That's insane.
Uh-oh. Putin's coming after me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bro,
Oh, no.
like, it doesn't, like,
oh, no.
like, politics does not work that way in South
sends his
Africa.
regards.
Okay?
Pooty poo.
South Africa
I lied.
keeps
I
its-
love you. I'm so sorry. Please don't fucking destroy my channel. Oh, no. Okay, we're back. Thank God. Oh my God, I was scared. Putin hit me with a fucking EMP. Second Thought, I believe, made a video on this. What happens when evil wins? And I think we should talk about that. Putin almost annexed my ass, dude.
Brought to you by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. Get some cool perks and help support the show by becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. I also recently launched a new channel dedicated to the nuts and bolts of making a living as a creative. If that sounds like something you'd enjoy, you can check it out at the link below.
Alright, I'm back with the lo-fi setup again. This is one of those topics where I don't want to be a professional presenter. I just want to talk to you as a human being who's been watching the worst images I've seen in my life over the past few months and try to work through some of it. On October 7th, 2023, the Palestinian resistance took the fight to the Israeli occupation and knocked the wind out of them a little bit. For those who somehow aren't aware of the situation in Gaza, the Palestinian people have been subjected...
Wait, what happened in Gaza?
...to a brutal and genocidal occupation for 3/4 of a century. It's a long story, and if you'd like to hear more of it, we put out a First Thought analysis episode a while back that covers the history of Israel and the beginning of their ethnic cleansing campaign.
The DA often will criticize the South African government for being like the DA, like the neoliberal fucking faction that runs the Western Cape. Also, who has not has not said anything pro, like one of the only fucking political parties in South Africa that has literally been like, that has literally just not been pro, said anything pro Palestine and has not made a chance in it. Regardless, the thing is there's the DA will criticize the ANC and the EFF for not choosing to what's it called, to disown Russia as like an ally, okay? And the thing is, the point that you have to realize when you are a country that does not have any power and no nuclear weapons is that being only allied with one massive superpower is a massive misstep, okay? You have to toe the line between all of them, because otherwise what happens is you become a proxy state, okay? This is why you are not going to get the South African government denouncing Russia or denouncing America entirely, or denouncing China, because you want to be allied with all of them, okay? You need to make sure, because if one of them decides to, like, fuck you up, you need to make sure you got the backing of others. It's why South Africa, like, you have to think of this from the perspective of a nation that has no power, okay? This is why, like South Africans was also initially in between when the first time, like 2 years ago, when fighting broke out between, when Putin invaded, South Africa was floated as one of the countries to intervene and act as an intermediary for peace talks between the two countries. Okay, because South Africa's got this weird political clout. Okay, it's a very liberal take and it's a very fucking Western take as well to like look at South Africa as a country and denounce it, saying that like that, or to even assume that South Africa is pro-Russia in any way. You know. But yes, the point is to be friends with all the bullies, and hopefully you won't be. But what the DA does, this is the propaganda that they sell to like the white people in South Africa and the rich, like more upper class. You don't have to necessarily be white to fall for this, okay? Musi Mamani is literally like... Anyway. They will say that like the government is pro-Russia. No, the government is not wanting to get involved. That's the point. This is why you don't make a political statement. Now, the difference is South Africa stood up with respect to Gaza, and that's a thing that's very specific to South Africa in general. Okay, why did South Africa get involved with that conflict? China didn't initially. South Africa showed so much more involvement than China. Well, it's a conflict that's like about apartheid, and it's something deeply held within the fabric of the nation. As I said, for me, politically, in terms of like this is why I said to you guys in the beginning, when South Africa took Israel to court, I said to you guys, there is no benefit this will ever have to South Africans in general at all. This will cause political tension that South Africa doesn't want. But that's analysis. I think what South Africa did was fucking amazing. And South Africa historically has been always pro-Palestine. You can look back. In South Africa, it's not, even before this broke out, at the university I went to, pro-Palestinian flags everywhere. Seeing Palestinian flags in South Africa is not a new thing. All South Africans know this. You have seen Palestinian flags. You've seen at least advertising about free Palestine in South Africa. It's not a taboo topic. So yes, South Africa. So that's why it's slightly different. But saying that South Africa should be denounced, or that the EFF is good because they haven't denounced Putin, is just not analyzing the situation at all. It's not understanding the gravity of what it's like to be a state that could very easily become a proxy state to any of these big superpowers. This is why I like South African foreign policy, except for the time when fucking Cyril Ramaphosa went to Israel. That was really fucking disgusting. That's why I like the South African's foreign policy. I think South African's foreign policy is very good. South Africa's fucking sending like soldiers into the DRC to like stop a genocide happening there. Like, it's pretty. I'm very happy with the way in which South Africa interacts with the rest of the world. What they do at home, you know, there's more to say. But anyway, that's my take on like talking about like why, like when people complain, especially libs in South Africa, about like why is our government not denounced like fucking Vladimir Putin? Like, Jesus Christ, can you not have any sort of perspective on how little of a fish you are in a very big and very armed pond, okay?
I defend the
oh my God, what's he doing?
world. I fund the military of the entire Western world, soldier. Do you understand What that means? That means I go to any goddamn country and do whatever the fuck I want. I get drunk, I get loud, and I get proud for the United States of America.
The tone switch
Think
was
a goddamn
impeccable.
German's gonna tell me I can't say whatever the fuck I want?
I love that. Was amazing.
Don't make me rebuild Israel on top of your goddamn house, Germany.
Go off, Hassan.
Because if I willed it as a goddamn American, I could. And I probably should have. Okay. Don't make me bring managed democracy to Germany, okay?
Okay, this card sucks now. It's too late in the ante to get it.
Ancestral home. The Zionists seized 78% of historic Palestine, ethnically cleansed and bulldozed over 500 villages and cities, and killed at least 15,000 Palestinians in the process.
No, we keep with the.
Today,
we're not going to win
settlers
anyway,
who were there
so we're
at the
going to keep
time
with the
laugh about the
program.
atrocities they committed on camera.
עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותה, הייתי קוצר את כולם עד כדי כך.
Okay. This is going to do two things. It's going to spawn a card for us.
לא ספרתי.
And it's going to upgrade our full house.
לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים. ותראה, יריתי, נלחמתי כולם. לא יכול לספור.
Years from now, students will write papers comparing the Holocaust and the Nakba, and the racial animus that drove both genocides. And a lot of liberals currently both siding this genocide will nod very seriously and say, we just didn't know how bad it was. Just like the good Germans did back in the 40s. It was bullshit then, and it's bullshit now.
Yep.
A lot of people think that the Nakba ended in 1948. It didn't. That was just the first major escalation of a campaign of complete extermination that continues to this day. When you see the Twitter posts saying things like, there was a ceasefire on October 6th, realize that the people saying those things are either ignorant, in which case you can help them by providing resources, or are actively trying to obfuscate the truth. We know Israel has an army of paid posters to disseminate propaganda and shut down criticism online. Since the day the first European colonists set foot in Palestine, there has been a non-stop stream of crimes committed in the name of the political Zionist project. Palestinian homes are regularly and illegally demolished. Palestinians face arbitrary arrests and humiliating checkpoints just getting to school and back.
Why did it pause? Did Hassan F again?
American Jews to build new settlements on Palestinian land. Again, these settlements are internationally recognized as illegal by international law, and this point is reiterated at every UN summit to no meaningful change. The Gaza Strip, populated by over 2 million people.
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Oh, he is effing.
There's just like... Why is their stream going so weirdly? I don't know.
I just wish I could see all the sixes.
I actually don't know what's happening. My like there was a baby outage though.
In an area about the size of Detroit is entirely...
It's been like this all damn week. No, it hasn't.
Bro, chatters just resort to lying. Great, dude. Okay.
No, this entire week has not been like this at all. This is the first time I'm experiencing these like outages, these like minor outages, and I have no idea why it's happening. It's very annoying though.
Cut off from the rest of the world.
No,
all entrances in and out of Gaza are controlled by the Israeli military. Imports and exports are heavily restricted, and employment opportunities...
Okay.
Why does it matter where the settlers come from Europe? Does that make them worse than Mizrahi settlers? I don't think
Hopefully
so.
the glass
I think,
doesn't break.
A lot of Americans try to understand this from the same framework of like white-black dynamics of white supremacy. That's probably what it is.
Didn't break. Maybe we can make it.
I think that's why they keep talking about like Ashkenazi Jews. But when JT's talking about it, he's basically talking about it from the perspective of history.
These are essentially non-existent.
Nearly all water
'Cause he
resources are
understands that.
undrinkable by design, and civilian infrastructure is regularly targeted by Israeli airstrikes. Permits are routinely denied for the building of homes, civilian infrastructure, roads, sewage systems, and schools. Call it what it is, a concentration camp. If you force a population into an
Mizrahis are effectively
Yeah, let's
white
see.
in the same way Sicilians are. Be for fucking real? No. They're Arab in the same way that like Arabs are white. If that's
we
what
want
you're talking
10s?
about, then like
Get rid of you.
Mizrahis are Arab,
the
dog.
kings.
That's like it's crazy.
an enclosed area. You control the food, the water, electricity, fuel, medicine, literally everything that goes in or out. If
And
you
the
put a
jack.
high-tech fence around it with facial recognition and automated guns, if you routinely kill the people inside to further your goal of an ethno-state, what separates you from the Nazis? It's hard not to get angry when you're talking about this stuff because it's so incredibly obvious who the bad guys are. And yet Israel dumps massive sums of money into pretending
Bro, my
they're
mouth
the
keeps
victims.
dying.
I don't know about you, but I've never seen a victim who can shut off their oppressor's food, water, power, and ability to move freely on a whim. So now I'm going to have to make an assumption, because I'm not going to waste my time trying to win over people who still think Israel is in the right, when they've seen all the same footage that I've seen. Either you're a decent person, or you're not. So the assumption I'm going to make is that if you're still watching this video, you're one of those decent people. We're on the same page. What's happening in Gaza is the most blatant example of genocide in modern history. For the rest of the video, I want to talk about...
We need to be careful about comparisons to the Holocaust, but I don't know what other context you can put something
No.
like this in. I mean, there's like plenty
We
of other
wait.
genocides that you can point to, but like the Holocaust is the most the Holocaust is the most visible one that everyone knows of.
We still have
Like
a
if
lot
we
of...
talk about like what the Belgians did in the Congo, people don't
Fixes.
fucking know or give a shit about it. You know what I mean? Or even the Armenian genocide, as a matter of fact. But I think like a big part of the reason why people bring up the Holocaust because Israel brings up Holocaust. Like defenders of Israel bring up the Holocaust all the fucking time. A big part of the reason for Israel's existence and then the violent ways that it exists, unironically, is as a defense of a potential future Holocaust. That's what they say, which is why I think people go, what do you mean the Holocaust, brother? You are doing something comparable now, obviously not to the same severity, but still, if there is a mechanized machine of death here against a marginalized population that it is unjustifiably destroying, then you're closer to the Nazis and the Holocaust.
I'm doing very well with the
analogy.
glass odds.
No matter how hard
Let's
you
see
try
how
to
far we
fucking
can go.
claim that like every Palestinian baby has like mind control powers or whatever, and that's and they are like the most rabid anti-Semites or some shit.
I'm doing
what
very
that
well with
means.
the full house odds as
What
well.
does it tell us when a country like Israel can commit these monstrous acts and face zero consequences?
Maybe?
When it can be condemned by the vast majority of the world, including institutions
Nope,
like the
okay.
UN, and get away with it. When we see this on Twitter, and the Western press still says that this is all Palestine's fault. It takes 34 seconds of scrolling just to get to the names of children 1 year old. To put the scale of Israel's crimes against children in perspective, in the final years of the war, when Germany was really ramping up their extermination campaign, the Nazis killed 127 children per day.
Have you ever covered in-depth Plandalet on your channel? It's basically in writing what the Zionists wanted to do. Yes, of course I have. Yes, of course.
In Auschwitz. Israeli occupation forces are now killing 139 children per day. At time of writing, Israel has killed over 27,000 Palestinians in 4 months. Compare that to the 15,000 killed over a 2-year period during the Nakba. And yet, despite those numbers, despite the massive rallies for Palestine around the world, despite politicians getting shoes thrown at them and trade being disrupted, we still hear nothing from the corporate media. And we can't seem to budge the leaders of the Western world. Why? The easy answer is that Israel serves the interest of the United States. Here's Joe Biden back in the 1980s.
There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
It's pretty wild how big of a, like, he is unironically one of the biggest dick riders of Israel and has been for so long. What do you think Ethan would say about this since he thinks JT's a thing? I don't care, dude. Like, that's such a silly way to approach internet content, okay? I said back then that I like JT and that I think that it would be better for him to defend his positions. I'm not trash talking Ethan at all, by the way. Like, for people who try to fucking consistently turn this into like drama farming. Ethan is my friend.
Hope you're getting very, very lucky.
Disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place, and he's on a journey of learning. And as far as second thought goes, I think that if they had a conversation, it would be
beneficial.
He could describe his position better and clarify his perspective. I also do despise like this attitude in this community.
It's very annoying.
Of like the long-term community members who just didn't fucking like Leftovers, who are so rabid.
Leftovers was amazing.
Like, you guys did absolutely contribute. Just so you know, you did. You did. Y'all are rabid as fuck. You do not know how to behave tactfully. You do not know how to behave strategically.
Currently one.
You do not know how to behave in general. You think
you.
it's like moral consistency, and you personally think that it's like you're doing something revolutionary. You're not.
Get him, Hassan.
Yeah, this community wonders why people are afraid of collaborating with you. Yeah, I
love Leftovers.
My
Leftovers was
long-term
amazing.
community members and subscribers, I love you all for your support over the course of many, many years. But you do sometimes have a tendency to behave in a rabid manner and operate in the most like purity focused ways possible. Nobody ever thinks about the impact of certain things. Nobody ever thinks about the impact of having a show like Leftovers that goes to a much broader audience. You know who thinks about that though? People who fucking despise my commentary. They think about it all the time. They hated it for that very same reason. And that's precisely the reason why they worked very hard, tirelessly to fucking end it. So it's odd to see, the handshake emoji happen from my most rabid and longest supporters and my most rabid and longest haters. In terms of, taking out another opportunity for a much larger audience to see in a positive way what a broader audience of normies could see leftist commentary and an introduction to leftist commentary.
Yeah, it's something I've been saying for so long, like an insane amount of time.
Anyway.
Yeah.
The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
The U.S. and its vassal states depend on having strategic
No, I know.
footholds
And
all over
but the
the
thing
world.
is, like, people don't understand, like, look, you're never gonna, sometimes you're gonna get to a point where people are just not going to understand the benefit of being charitable, of why charitability is important. And it's often coming from, like, a place where people, it's difficult to really describe, I'll be honest with you, like, why it happened. But it was very saddening to see. I do think, no, there was, no. If you didn't, Lily, Ethan's audience thought that Ethan ending Leftovers was a very big negative. You should have seen the subreddit. Like, I know, like, going to Ethan's subreddit probably, like, maybe not be something that you quite Except, but like, people were not happy with Ethan and the way that he ended Leftovers at all. They thought it was a really silly decision within his community. I saw a 12-month subscriber in Hassan's chat putting Hila's name in the echoes. This is like a leftist. 12-month sub to Hassan, someone who chats a lot. When that conversation was going down. I think chat should have been turned off. And I know like a lot of like chatters, like that obviously Destiny's community went and then edited that whole thing and then like made it look like so much worse stuff was being said. But there was stuff that was being said in the echoes, like in the go look up the triple parentheses, just go learn about what it's about. There were people who were digging up pictures of Hila, who is Israeli, and posting them on Twitter when she was in her IDF uniform. Israel has conscription, okay? They don't have positive feelings about the IDF, but like that literally, like having that sort of level of like negativity attacking like Hila, that was coming from inside Hassan's community. And of course, if I was not someone who knew about this stuff, and remember, like, Ethan is Jewish, it takes a while, and has a very Israeli family, like, it takes a while for you to, and also, but Ethan has also said, like, fuck the IDF, and fuck Netanyahu, and fuck what's going on. Like, you have to understand that he himself is not a reliable narrator in this situation, okay? So, and the thing is, you can see that in his inconsistencies because people in Hassan's chat would call out inconsistencies. And when you're in that situation, when someone's sort of having a revelation, realizing that the state that they thought was good their entire life, and that the propaganda they've been fed has all been this lie to keep people oppressed and under an apartheid regime, you are going to go through a massive change, but you're also going to want to reject this change. Okay, because it goes against the core of who you thought you were and what you represented. You don't want to grow up learning that, like, what you thought was a good thing ended up something that you thought was protecting you ended up being something that has murdered millions of people. Okay, and so I will say, like, regardless of whether you could have brought Ethan and made Ethan understand, it doesn't matter. What matters is the way this community acted. And this community acted in the most disgusting way. And I was there, and I know this community very well, like the back of my hand. I didn't accept any of it in this chat, okay, when we were watching. Yes. And that doesn't also excuse how Ethan treated Denim and Fro. No, not 100%. Okay? Like, once again, if anybody thinks my analysis is justification, then please, like, I'm past the point of really caring if people are going to assume that what I'm saying is like me being a massive Ethan stan. Okay, at this point, I'm like, if you think that about me, then because my entire thing is what is going to be the best outcome for everyone. How is this going to? How can this become something that is beneficial, where people learn and like there's no negativity between people, but in a way in which the truth is also spoken about. So the fires are tainted down, and there were people on Hastwit, in Hassan's chat, who really did not say or represent what leftism should be. And it really is something that thankfully I have seen a massive change in the chat. Now, people do not dogpile. That's a big thing that's changed in Hassan's chat. Dogpiling is now not acceptable, which is really good because that used to be something very acceptable. And it's the same situation when somebody comes in with a bad take, even if it's an aggressively bad reactionary take, unless it's like something insane and you know, like it's a Nazi troll. You've got to like realize that not everyone had the benefit of finding leftism at the time that you did. Not everyone had that benefit of being able to like realize and be empowered by understanding things about the world, certain things about the world that you do. And if you can't extend that to somebody else, then how do you expect the world to follow? If you can't extend like charitability to someone else, then even if they've got like reactionary takes that are offensive and wrong, it depends. Look, there's nuance with every situation, okay? Not everyone can, you can't change everyone's mind, okay? So, but at the end of the day, I just want to imagine a lot of you were probably growing up homophobic, transphobic, maybe even racist, okay? A lot of you were. A lot of you had reactionary opinions. A lot of you might have thought Trump was fucking amazing. How would you have liked to, if somebody during that period where you actually thought, maybe what I'm thinking is wrong, if somebody had come to you and shouted at you and said, fuck you, and you'd be pinged on Chatterino, or people would dig into your like lifestyle behind the scenes and like post stuff about you, would you want to engage and be, involved in the ideology that those people have? Every single time you attack someone who has grown up with propaganda that is reactionary, every single time you attack someone who holds that propaganda, you harden that propaganda. Because the propaganda is against, it's Red Scare, it's against these ideas. So it's really important to not do this. Anyway. Yeah. And by the way, when people say, but like people should accept like people being mean to them, it's also another thing where you need to look at yourself and think, would you accept like, people, no one likes it when people are mean to one another, Yeah. Anyway. Like, you can find videos of Hassan, like, saying some really abhorrent shit, okay? If this community treated Hassan the same way that they treated, like, Ela, especially Ela, like, yeah, then you'd get a whole bunch, like, you'd end up basically with what Destiny's community does. Think about that.
Spoke to Soviet Union at a time when Ronald Reagan called them an evil empire. And the reason is because they understood that we may not trust them, they may pose an extraordinary danger to this country, but we have the obligation to find areas where we can potentially move forward.
Yeah, this was his position. And to a certain degree, he did hit that line.
The one thing that also is important to understand is, like, just because you have good opinions doesn't make you better than anyone else. I'm being serious. Just because, like, you are, like, someone who has empathy and love and, like, a great understanding and you're not bigoted against people doesn't make you better, okay? In terms of, like, doesn't make you worth more as an individual. That's what I'm saying. And if you can understand, like, these complex things about the world, if you can understand, like, if you can look at how people defend things, if you can understand how fascism comes about, then why can you not apply that same level of analysis to someone who is liberal, but has shown themselves to be open to ideas that you have to share with them? Anyway. My electricity came back on, that's sick. Wait a second. So that's one thing that I'll just say. Anyway, let's watch this on. I'm gonna finish this run. And then we're gonna do some below zero.
Like, it's not even it's not
it was my inverter swapping over.
And I don't think you guys should pile on him. I do love people like this. All jokes aside, like, people like that do a lot of
sixes go.
They're the guys that have, like,
sevens go.
They're the dudes that have, like,
eights
that are always at the forefront of mutual aid, things like that. I'm Antifa and I hate you guys. Vosh Desterny. Okay, this is the most 14-year-old anarchist I've ever seen, though. Online anarchists do not do groundwork. They post GoFundMes on Twitter. Okay, fair. Some of them.
We got him, and it didn't die. Okay, going to the moon, boys. Okay, let's have a look. We got this.
Is the kind of dude to show up to a DSA meeting with a water balloon? Yeah, no. When you're such a puritanical anarchist that you believe the greatest enemy, what have you done but get rich? Great question. There is a long list of things that I've done, but I think the greatest thing that I've done is fuck your mom, chatter. Like, I love that you went, my granddad was in prison for helping socialists and Jews, and my dad and mother sent money to Vietnam. Like, your dad and mother as bona fides are sending money to Vietnam. And you're sitting here not even thinking a little bit about the amount of funds that I've raised, not only for labor unions, but also on top of that, direct victims of imperialism in the third world. Like, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of clearing your dad and mom right now pretty hard. If the only thing they got is sending money to Vietnam, okay?
Oh, you don't have to do him like that, Hassan. Okay. I think it's over. Unless we can get like a... Okay, never mind. It's not over till it's over.
The end all be all is like, you're roasting a child, calm down. It's true. It's true. I shouldn't do that.
It's not over till it's over.
Also, I don't know what he's done, but then again, it's because they're 14, so they have a long way to go.
All right. None of them broke. Neither of them broke.
You are nothing but a creep online.
Twitter anarchists don't read, they just...
I still love you, Chad.
I'm gonna get some eyes quickly.
I think you're a little bit misguided. When you learn to read, things are gonna look up for you. Okay, once you figure out reading, oh my god, dude. Life is gonna change for you dramatically. I suggest Lenin. I suggest Engels first. An infantile disorder, and then you can pick up maybe start off with Lenin, and oh my god, so you are a bigot. Wait, what? Wait, why am I a bigot? Okay, I'm enjoying this conversation way too much.
I don't want to read, but I don't want to read theory. I don't read theory. I've read one theory, literally one. 3 of a kind. 10 malt, 100 chips.
I've read Lenin before you were born. You were not alive when I was born.
Look.
And that is me being charitable to you because you cannot be this much of a meme. This much of like a extremely online wrecker anarchist. Oh God, I really don't want... No, you should not have admitted that. Truly an infantile disorder. At least you stay young.
Fuck. We upgrade the flash.
Oh God. Oh no.
I've read 3 chapters of capitalist realism. And
oh no, he is crusty as hell.
And that was cool.
Oh no. There ain't no way big homie is 44 years old. I thought
we're gonna
14.
have to. I think we're over. I think it's Jova. I think it's Jova, but we're gonna play it and hope and pray. We're gonna pray and hope and pray.
I already ran the top of the hour.
But I think
Bro,
we reached the point where it's
44 years
Jova.
old and you're still talking about your parents' accomplishments as far as like your leftist bona fides.
Never
I'm
mind.
gonna be honest
It's
with you.
not Jova.
You got to get to work, dog.
Okay, look.
Like you're a 44-year-old anarchist.
Okay, thank you.
God damn, dude. Anarchists really don't want to work, huh? They're just fucking
When you say
allergic.
Prague, makes you think of Prague are you. That's funny as fuck. Oh, planet cards, let's go, okay. Oh, and they're the best ones as well. Okay, we're going to the moon,
I'm
boys.
Antifa. You are not good at this argument.
On this skin,
you're
like
doing
insanely.
anti-fascism here.
Bro, this build is literally like the epitome of like, you know, counting like fucking quarters on a counter of like a 7-Eleven. Okay, from a quarter past six till a quarter to 7. Okay. Like, this is the struggle build. I've been struggling. Oh, God. 7 million? Okay, no, we're fucked. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, look, it's been fun. It's been fun. Yeah, no, it's done. How many glass cards do we have?
What we do,
One.
Israel is still going to bomb Gaza, and the U.S. is still going to give them the bombs. And the media is still going to say that your eyes are lying to you, and it's actually the Israelis who are the victims. That sounds pretty bleak. And it is. There's no denying that this is a pretty grim timeline. The United States is a tremendous force for evil in the world. There's a reason it's the most hated country on Earth. And there's a reason most Americans aren't aware of that fact. But here's the thing, and this might sound a little flowery at first, but bear with me. Even though evil may seem like it's won, even though the U.S. and Israel may seem impossible to overcome, there will come a day when historians can look back and soberly assess the crimes of these regimes as past projects. The U.S. empire is on the decline. I made a video about that a little while back. It cannot sustain itself the way it has since the post-war years. The United States as we know it today will fade. It may not disappear completely, but its relevance will wane. Israel will go the way of Rhodesia and apartheid South Africa. As long as projects like these are reviled and opposed by the majority of working people, they will eventually succumb to the weight of their own contradictions. And there's a fine line to walk between this is inevitable and this cannot last forever. Assuming something is inevitable is not the correct approach. That leads to complacency. But recognizing that evil cannot stand against the determination of the masses forever, that's inspiring. That leads to people getting involved, joining organizations, actively working to prevent things like what's happening in Gaza. Hope and determination is the right approach, not complacency. And certainly not doomerism. Yes, it's incredibly painful to watch the footage coming out of Palestine. Yes, it's normal to feel overwhelmed or helpless. But all you have to do is search the words Palestine March or Rally, and you'll be reminded that millions and millions of ordinary people just like us are making a difference.
I gotta do it.
We're helping get food and medicine to people who need it.
Blue stake difficulty.
We're educating our peers. And most importantly, we are scaring the criminals enabling this genocide, whether they admit it or not. Another thing to consider is that even though there are something like 40% of Americans who still support Israel, that number is dropping. You got Nick made a fantastic video a few weeks ago about the era of war crime influencers,
No, come on,
where he talked about this bizarre need the occupation forces seem to have to broadcast their hideous war crimes to the world. I'm sure you've heard the quote, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
I don't want to trigger anybody who might be
Israeli
past gambling addict
is
with
making a mistake by not cracking down on their stormtroopers blasting their war crimes out on TikTok. No one on Earth can watch these freaks cackling about blowing up homes and...
Okay.
I'll do below
back to the anarcho-syndicalist chatter. You love Destiny. I saw he was a bigot, which was a wild thing to say. I'm not scared of a U.S. liberal. You support capitalisme. and did not pay your worker or spread your wealth, here we are with your Vosh-like cultist.
Bro, that chatter has just got the most fucked up YouTube algo. I'm gonna type that.
I keep having to untime him out because Fossabot keeps clapping him. He did. He destroyed me. Am I wrong, little boy? Yes. I don't even understand why this person thinks I like Destiny. That chatter has the most fucked up YouTube algo, I'm calling it. I don't understand how someone can be a 44-year-old person who's like this brain broken.
He read it, let's
and
go.
this oblivious to like any of my positions, anything I've ever done, but yet this passionate about his anger.
Most
I
fucked
think pretty
up
much
YouTube
every
algo.
single thing you've
Threes
brought
and
up
fours.
so
We've got
far,
no more fours, got
including
two
really
threes.
funny things like
now we go for a flush.
Like claiming that I like Destiny, who was probably my #1 cyber stalker and will most likely be my #1 cyber stalker. I don't really know how you can get everything so wrong. Like everything you have thought about me, I'm almost certain
I want an
is
eternal
the
Joker.
exact opposite.
So once you buy this, can't be sold or destroyed. I see. I see.
Anarchists are so based. No, 100%.
Well, not for you. But we'll buy you. Redeem this. Always upgrade your discards. I would love that you screen your chat
As a
just
fan
here
of
though.
H-Bomber, etc. I was a fan of H-Bomber, etc. And you online leftists are just here for YouTube money.
But yeah, no, I told you it's about the YouTube algo. You know
I think
why?
this is your issue.
You're
that
on
you
YouTube.
Mistake people
Foreshadowing is a
that are
literary
doing
device.
propaganda for the left as anything but propagandists, and you think they're supposed to be revolutionary figures. I am genuinely enjoying this because he's like
you
Jesse
are a
Lee
class traitor.
Peterson way.
Yeah.
Like he's out
It's
there
very
in the same way
interesting.
that like Jesse Lee Peterson is.
No, but because the thing is, you know why I know that this motherfucker's YouTube algo
In
is
the
fucked
past,
up?
socialists at least had the decency to start hating
Is because
anarchists.
the thing is, you can actually find like specific videos that would like from this YouTube. This chatter has found like and watched only YouTube videos that feed what they're talking about, because you can find old videos where Hassan is like friends with Destiny. You can find old videos like with what he's talking about, but like all on different sort of timelines, and for some reason like that's just what he's been set. It's very weird. And I know this because I've spent ages looking for like Hasnabi VODs on YouTube, and I know that like you can. It gets to a point when if anybody even posts like anything to do with hate with Hassan, it appears on my algo, because like I've searched for Hassan VODs on YouTube for so long. How many hearts do we have left? 4. I think we do that. So you can, like, get it, yeah. I'm sorry you have to go through that. Bro, I found some, yeah, it's... Look. Doesn't as much appear anymore. I once found a video about a guy...
Hellhole, but I try.
I once found a video about a guy... This is so funny. Who... And I'm not going to show you the video because, like, no tapping the glass, but this guy was battling it out with Hassan's offline chat, and he got timed out for self-promoting in Hassan's offline chat, and he was streaming at the time, and like I was actually in the chat, and I went exclamation mark like rules, here are the rules, you can't self-promo, and then he thought that like, and he got timed out, and this guy I think was an anarchist, and he posted this VOD being like, Hassan is a fascist, literally on YouTube, and it is one of the funniest things I've ever watched. In, like, a very dark way. Holy fuck. Like, he literally, like, was battling it out with his aunt's offline chatters, and I literally was in the chat at the time, and this appeared on my feed, and I was like, it blew my mind. It literally blew my mind. And I felt bad for the guy, but holy fuck, dude. He was just straight recording the chat. Oh god. Anyway.
You know what I mean? I want to know what gave them the impression that you're friends with D. I don't know, but I love him regardless. This is a good summary of this debate.
2 pairs. Who would have thought? 2 pairs build.
My friend just showed me the scene from a German film last year, and now I need to see the full film. I'm a communist, and what are you? I'm an anarchist. Cool, we can be friends until the revolution. After that, it gets difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Lydia. It was insane. No, he thought he was talking
Like,
directly
see?
to Hassan. Like, he thought Hassan personally
I had a
banned him.
Palestina flag in my Windows since 2004, but I also have an LGBT flag and the Kurdish flag. Cool, man. I'm glad you're doing your
insane.
part with your flags in Denmark.
Play only one hand. Oh, fuck.
That's
okay,
great.
no. Okay, I know what we're doing. We have to get this 7 and this 2. So we keep what we want, which is this. And we just discard.
What is this?
Okay, now we keep you.
Dude, he is standing next to Destiny. No, I dislike Pac-Man, but he is no Destiny. What? Is this the guy? No.
Come on, man. Not one.
How the fuck did you all find his Twitter account?
Thank you. Okay, at least one. That's good. Okay, we should make this.
Okay, we're done.
That 2 is insane. I need to copy that as much as possible.
I think that's
Yo.
why. I think that is the reason why he thinks I'm friends with this fucking guy. Can we move on? Colorado is under attack from a Chinese spy balloon. Another Chinese spy balloon. God damn it. Finally, I did it after hours. Hey, Felix Biederman, first discovery. Let's go.
Oh, well done. Well done, Emhard. You did it. Holy fuck.
Yeah, brother.
Emhard's been trying to do that for days.
That image has led you astray. This is from a very long time ago. I hope you understand. Denland. Bro, it's really funny how you have haters in every camp. You have a knack for drawing out people's insecurities.
Oh, we skipped this
Joe,
too, yeah.
many liberals does it take to change a log by bulb? None. They're too busy. Their gender. I love that.
Okay, uncommon. We buy you and sell you. Select, sell. Okay. Select, make 2 jokers,
Okay,
and we
stop
sell
posting
them.
your fucking additional information.
Okay, now we're getting a mult 3. This should be fine. How many...
The left is destroyed. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue with this. I forgot where I was. I'm heading out to in the Subi with my rifle. Ain't letting no damn liberal Chinese commie balloon in this state. These mountains will stay free.
We're fine.
Okay, stop voluntarily giving out your information in front of 20,000 people, anarcho-syndicalist chatter. That's ridiculous. You're being crazy.
Murdering children without at least a little bit of cognitive dissonance. Even the staunchest supporters of Israel are squirming just a little bit. Except, of course, the ones paid handsomely not to squirm. Israel has shown the world what it represents. It stands for genocide, apartheid, ethno-nationalism,
a fascistic desire to cleanse a land they believe belongs to them and build pizza places and hotels on the graves of the indigenous population. No matter how hard the colonists try to erase the past by destroying mosques, universities, burial sites, entire villages, they can never convince anyone but themselves that they are indigenous to the land they are so callously destroying. Uprooting trees, salting the earth, poisoning the water. Native populations don't do that to the land they love. So let them show the world who they are and what they stand for. Every video posted to TikTok, every piece of propaganda debunked. It will all go in the history books when inevitably this genocidal regime is relegated to the dustbin of history. The only way to ensure a bright and peaceful future in the region is to reestablish Palestine as it was before the Zionist project. A multicultural, multi-faith community with roots reaching far back into history. A beautiful past that should be celebrated, not bulldozed and turned into a theme park. Not ethnically cleansed and its history rewritten to fit some modern myth. As much as evil will try to win, its own inhumanity will be its destruction. The world sees Israel for what it really is, and one day will remember Israel for what it really was. These days, it's pretty hard to find someone who will admit they supported Rhodesia or apartheid South Africa, but they're still around, pretending like they didn't act just like the supporters of Israel are acting today. So, what happens when evil wins?
Around.
Evil doesn't win. At least...
I don't agree with you on everything, but overall you have very rational takes, and I appreciate your impact you've had on the commentary in the U.S. I hadn't even heard the perspective of the Palestinians before your coverage, and I'm sure there are a lot of other people who would say the same. Well, that's my goal. What is this? I'm Antifa and fought Sargon. Come incels. Love TYT, so this is a scheme.
Okay.
There's no way you're still looking at this chatter. Brother, he is literally delivering. Okay? You love the Grey Wolves. He's...
Retrigger all final cards. Oh my god, that's amazing.
A big, huge fan. Unironic,
oh my god, that's
huge
amazing.
Dude, listen. At a certain point...
Okay. Alright.
I don't want to be ableist. But like...
Okay.
Maybe you need to recognize things about yourself as far as like not picking up on context clues and like and perhaps like you can't parse through me being sarcastic or joking and mocking something versus me being like an unironic fan of said things. Nice fallacy? No, it's not a fallacy. No, I'm describing to I'm trying to explain to you in really, really nice ways, in as nice as I physically, humanly possibly can, that you're wrong. Like you're just completely wrong in the funniest ways possible.
Oh no, this poor chatter, dude.
I made no fallacy or anything here. I don't even know what fallacy you think I brought to the table.
Okay, now we want to do things like this.
But
here's the thing.
If you think I'm a gray wolf, then I don't know what to tell you. I think you just probably saw jokes that I've made and took it seriously. Because
tens, we want to keep that 10.
There is not a single ultra-nationalist gray wolf that unironically recognizes,
this might be enough,
recognizes the Armenian genocide or even talks about Turkish military actions in the northern Syrian corridor against the Kurds.
Sixes.
Like, as a matter of fact, I am probably at risk if I were to go to Turkey, mostly by gray wolves.
8s, 10s.
If I were to go back to Turkey at all.
Okay.
For the things that I've said.
Okay, now we do this.
So, he's referring to your reaction to this video. I mean, this video is a banger. Gray wolves are, gray wolves are the name for Turkish ultranationalists.
Bro, I will say this is Hassan's chickens coming home to roost, okay? This is now, finally, we have found the one chatter that cannot understand any form of sarcasm whatsoever. And this chatter has watched so much Hassan content and has seen Hassan, like, do the fucking Grey Wolf sign. I'm gonna say that. Like, this is, like, finally, we found the chatter that, like, has not been able to, has taken everything you've said seriously. I'm gonna fucking say that.
In real life, near a Grey Wolf, I think Armenian genocide, I am instantly killed by a guy turning into a werewolf because I called it Armenian genocide and Armenian nothing. Yeah, Geno-lie. I mean, they have. Wasn't it a Grey Wolf that killed Hrant Dink? The Armenian Turkish journalist? Like, you would get, I would get literally fucking murked for, if I was doing this commentary, if I was doing the commentary that I do about Turkey in Turkey, one, I would go to jail, obviously. And then two, I would get stabbed and killed in jail by an ultranationalist. Abartı değil bu. Ya o kadar da değil. Hem diyorsun Türkiye'ye gelsen ülkücüler seni siker. Ondan sonra diyorsun ki babanın dayının filan yaşadığı ülke kalmadı. Ker dediler, öldürür demediler, to be fair.
This is no, exactly the most leftist person who jokes that said that as well.
Yolumuz uzun. Hassan, this is your chickens coming home to roost. Finally, we found the chatter that has no understanding of any sort of sarcasm and has consumed too much of your content. This is the final form of no jokes. Yeah.
I think that's a banger.
I have translated the lyrics as like super.
Yeah, I'm getting notices there.
Ultra nationalist.
There we go.
Back in the day, I don't remember what the exact lyrics are. I'm not gonna go through it again, but it's crazy.
2 in a row, dude. No, you just gotta
like
post
they're
bangers.
saying.
That is a banger.
Long live our race. One Turk is like, or 40 Turks is worth the entirety of China. It's like very racist, but it slaps.
So now,
which is so funny when you're like talking about China as a Turkish guy. When you're talking about China as a Turkish guy, it's like, why? What?
You,
like,
why
he
are you
literally
doing this
thinks that we're still like, you know, Genghis Khan.
I get a little bit Genghis Khan. Want you to get it on.
That's
with
why it's
nobody
funny.
else with me.
Yeah. Here. Yaşasın ırkımız, Çin'e bedel kırkımız. Long live our race. 40 of us are enough for China. Our ballad is sung from eras to eras. Our homeland is Turan. Our army is Atsız's youth. Atsız is Hüseyin Halatsız, who's like a fascist Turkish guy. Ulusun kurdumuz. Not a regular wolf. The wolf that has saved the Turkish people, which is mentioned in the Epic of Bozkurt Asena. So, Pan-Turanism and like Turkic mythology is fucking sick. It's actually really sick in the sense that like at least there's something there, you know what I mean? It's not like fake in the way that Germans tried to develop some kind of national mythos in fascist Germany. Like, you know how the Nazis tried to fucking act like they weren't living in mud huts? They got fucking owned by the Romans.
Oh, fuck, I forgot
and
to
then
remove these
that they were,
jokers.
like,
Oh, fuck, never mind. Okay, not
sick.
great.
It's just Roman shit. No, but I
Okay,
feel
well,
the
I
same
still
way
made
about
it.
Roman mythology as well. I think it's awesome. It's just that
Forgot
you
to
look
remove
at
those
it as a
jokers.
story and it's like fun. You don't take it seriously and think that this is your, you know, this is your real life. In the same way that like Vikings are cool, but you're not a descendant of Vikings. Does that make sense? Like,
no, I am though.
There is this line between
I have the urge to post. Okay, all right, let's see. No, we won't play you.
Nationalist mythos as just a myth and a cool ballad or a song versus versus looking at it and being like, no, this is
Okay.
real. Like, I literally
Tens.
am a descendant of a wolf.
6s go, 5s go.
You know what I mean?
4 can stay. The 10 can stay. And the 8 needs to leave. Okay.
Yeah, did you watch Norseman?
Um,
Exactly. It like Norseman
This
is
should be
dope.
fine.
Fascists delude themselves into supremacy based on
I love
myth.
this
Exactly.
build. I love it. I love that I'm getting like
It's a
this
story
shit
though.
going.
Ciddi inanmıyoruz herhalde amına koyayım. Evet de.
And then the last round is always amazing. So I'm making money
it's-
off of this.
Even if you don't take it literally, this like still plays a role in your understanding of your culture or whatever. You know what I mean? Valkyrie just posted pics from Milan Fashion Week while Hassan is here explaining Turkish nationalism songs to a random Danish anarchist. Yeah, we all thrive in our different ways. Okay?
Exactly, dude.
As streamers, we all have. For me, this
So
is
true.
peak.
This is
what
peak.
I'm
No,
doing
it's
right now is
I
peak
love this.
content that I
For
make.
this is my content as well,
I wouldn't
dude.
change this for anything. This is what I love. This is extremely my shit.
Extremely
Like
my
100%.
shit, dude. Oh, I mean, why would anybody have an issue with this?
Without turning back, hail our divine cause, nationalist Turkey, from Altai to Danube. It shall happen before the last fire dies. Our black banner shall spread from Turan to Turan. Forward,
I like the
forward,
driver's
forward.
license.
Our path is eternal on the mountains of the wolf. May the foes fade away. Forward, forward, forward, run. Our path is eternal. The grey wolf
But then I
howl.
have to.
May
We'll
the
keep you.
foes
But then
fade away.
the thing is like that the driver's license. We have to get rid of Supernova, and I don't want to get rid of Supernova, but I actually think at this point we don't need any more of you. I think this is just sick.
Yeah, there's like a lot of cool. This is what happens when you
And then we have to just
like a long
pad our
fucking
deck up with a whole
history
bunch of these.
of being like nomadic tribes that ultimately create
Sixes.
empires and shit like that. There is like
Sixes,
a
don't
lot
be
of
shy.
deep lore that you can tap into, and I think it's all cool as long as you don't take it seriously and think that this means like that you are some kind of fucking supreme race. I feel the exact same way about Roman mythology as well. Like all of it is sick.
Sevens.
Greek
Okay, we got a lot
mythology.
of sevens.
It's all great. It's just
I wish I could
lore
just
that
see the
should be
full
treated
deck,
as
but I just want to
lore
click
and
on
not,
sevens, and then it shows me how many sevens I
reflective
have.
of the contemporary existence of an entire race of people that's supposed to be like monolithically supreme and superior. Yeah, this is what Valkyrie is doing while I'm doing the Danish chatter.
Okay. Keep discarding. We want to keep that 10.
American mythology is my fave. Well, American mythology is just capitalism, so it's like kind of weak. That's what I mean.
True. It is weak.
I
Sorry,
do think that the
that's
Western
really funny.
world, low key, like the Western world that we understand as the Western world, which is comprised of like
Oh
OECD
god,
nations
American
for the most part,
mythology is literally
lacks the
just
serious
capitalism,
mythology,
dude.
with obvious exceptions. America's mythology
Sorry,
is white
that
supremacy
really got me.
and
It hit the funny bone. I don't know why. I'm so
white
fucking leftist.
supremacy and
That's really
capitalism.
embarrassing. Bro,
Right?
explain any of this to a normie.
Whereas-
Okay, no one will know
Like,
what the fuck
we
you're
don't-
talking about.
Here in America, we just don't really have any of that. Like, we don't have enough history. Whereas, like, the cool stuff would be natives, indigenous tribes, and how they came about. Or the cool stuff would be looking at Latin American countries and their own unique version of
Okay, we made it. We didn't even need to
their
stress.
own
Yeah, we need to
national
get some cool
mythos.
cards. No. No,
The
no, I don't
Western
want any
world,
of
as we
you.
understand it, rarely
All
ever
of you
has
suck.
like good shit in that on that front.
Only one hand type this round. Yes, we can do that. Okay.
You like
No.
native lore, but not Germanic tribes? No, they're cool. I mean, they were able to fucking hold off the Romans
No.
in the
Nines.
woods and shit. I think that's
We
cool.
nuke.
The
We nuke
barbarians,
the sevens as
the
well.
barbarians.
And the sixes as well. And the fours can disappear. True. And the threes. Okay, you two. Discard.
American mythology. I'll leave Europe's Catholic persecution and leave my toothless wife and 16 children. Half of them will die before we make it, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. And once I land, I will start doing insane amounts of murder, like unimaginable amounts of epic murder, with the hopes that I can like find maybe a little bit of gold in this new land that I found to be prosperous.
Get rid of the 3s. Fuck it. Why not? And we'll keep the 8s. We've got 2 8s left. It's fine. Okay. Now we play these 2s. Oh, I can only play one hand type this round. Okay, no, I just fucked myself. Okay. Alright, this amazing build is over.
Iraqi, Syrians, and Egyptians don't take Turkish history seriously at all.
Why did I do that? Why did I play anything?
Yeah, sure. Unless you get exploited by the Anglo-Saxons, in which case you couldn't do shit unless you wanted to die.
I'm such an idiot. Hopefully it's enough.
American mythology's colonizers fucking
This is the
llamas
most embarrassing
single-handedly
thing.
introducing the novel syphilis to Europe.
Still got these 2s and 4s, so let's play this.
Anyway. Have you seen the Japanese rap
now
trap
it gets
music video
played
that's
twice.
going viral? I have
gets
not, but
played
this
twice.
is also another one of my favorite types of genres.
Let's
Let's
hope-
move on from the Turkish arabesque trap that's ultra-nationalist to the Japanese rap trap.
Bro, it was such a good run and I fucked it. Okay,
Damn,
one more,
they're
one
sending
more.
location,
I need
dude.
to, I'm sorry, that was so annoying. Bro, that was fucked. Was a good run. No, that was. I got caught by a fucking technicality. It pisses me off.
They can't even do like guns, handguns, because like they have no guns in Japan.
True. Okay. I'm not even gonna go try. We could actually try and attempt straight flushes. That's not a meme.
I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't go as hard as I thought it was going to. I'll admit, it's good, but it's not as good as like the Chinese trap we saw a while back.
True. The beat is hard. I do like the idea of having like a steel card build.
I mean, this isn't drill anyway. This is trap. Does anyone have the Chinese one? This is the... This goes harder. Like, I have to admit. Oh, God.
我不听你说你底子有多厚，来让我亲自摸一摸。公路里啰嗦，把你脑瓜戳戳，办公桌前我说你做，你要非说你故事多多，那咱们坐下说一说。只想拨拨手指，做做推到你想推到多米诺。告诉你老公我比他酷，告诉你多飞扬跋扈，就像绿，就像蹦，就像水泥地上种大树。告诉你老公我比他酷，告诉你多飞扬跋扈，就像绿，就像蹦，就像水泥地上种大树。哥们剑走偏锋，绝对零度手感火热的利拉。把我的对手放进嘴里，就像在嚼琵琶不，感觉像在圣地亚哥。不好的事情我也干过，你说生活像走钢丝，我跟你们表演是怎么劈叉的。你爸爸他最爱 爱听我说我是你爸爸，上前下前左右 BA 对对可拉可，你再努力就知道努力。
Was there link posting? You can post links. I don't mind. Don't stress, hate Kev. Jax, that doesn't count. There's no Jax in this build. Fuck you. Okay, hold on. We buy you. Bro, no.
有气势，有气势，有气势，有气势，有气势。一面露一面犹抱琵琶，做自己，别信那帮扛大旗的。我没张嘴好吗？你先急了，嘚儿逼见多了也就皮了。怎么打？告诉我怎么打？哥们儿，今天穿的是瓦萨奇呀。告诉你老郭比他酷，告诉你多飞扬跋扈。
Okay.
就像地，就像蹦，就像水泥地上种大树。告诉你老郭比他酷，告诉你多飞扬跋扈。
Now, aces are very much alone.
就像水泥地上种大树。我哥们儿互相保持雄心，压根就不懂什么叫力不从心，一直都比较冲劲雄心。
Okay.
这就是男人的胸襟。我夸过你，夸到你发抖，别扒了我，拿开你脏手。大了地不玩起卡诺，鬼脚阿德里亚诺。
I don't really like sevens as a number, but we're gonna do it.
That's what I'm talking about. I have no idea what the fuck they're saying, but they're going hard. Come on, tell me that doesn't fucking go hard. Yeah, they even have the fat guy, which equals strong, obviously.
Okay. Aces.
I can't wait for Saturday stream discussing the fallout of this.
What's wrong with that?
That's so sick.
Josh has got to chill.
Platforming rappers that have murdered people more than likely. Wait, what?
Bro, what?
Murdered people? You think
okay,
this guy?
that's just a racist person.
Dude, come on. Look at these
immediately
dudes, bro.
Rapper assumes must have murdered people, probably. Bro, you're eternal? Yeah, okay. I don't care. Like, fine.
Anyway.
Nope. Okay, well, fuck you.
Okay.
Planet cards.
God damn, that shit was fire.
Malt
Holy
cards.
fuck.
Okay. We have got
Yeah, he murdered his homework.
a
That's
lot of
absurd.
9s and a lot of 10s.
He got the highest placement in the Chinese tests.
We go for this. Thank
He
you.
making it out the village. He's moving to a tier 1 city, boys. You know what I'm saying?
Tier 1 city.
Please keep the mask on. It's hard for me to breathe with the mask. With the shiesty.
Okay.
I can't.
How many 5s do we have? 4. How many 6s do we have? 3. 6s. How many 7s do we have? We have 5 7s. Okay.
It's like I was gonna try to put the glasses over it, and I was like, I can't do it.
I don't want to. But being a build like this is insane.
Anyway.
How many 9s do we have? 5 9s. Okay.
His career altitude chest just said BTS. Face reveal.
So was 0 discords. Okay. Well.
Okay, we took a Filipino drill. Okay. Enough. We took too long of a side quest here.
We went 5s and 9s.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Masculinity, how nicotine pouch explains the new ethos of young conservative men.
Bro.
You already know, baby. I hope the Danish anarchist now understands. No, he's an anarchist and Danish. He's literally allergic to fun. He thinks this is all reactionary. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think he will ever understand.
Okay, now we finally get the 9s, but it's a little bit too late.
I will never be able to get a Danish anarchist to understand what it is to laugh and what it is to have fun, okay? See,
Bro,
he's still
what the
over here.
fuck?
So I come from a
Why
Maoist
am I
white
getting
family.
cooked so
I
hard?
had philosophy at uni, and I don't know communism. Well, yes, you don't, but that's for a separate. Brother, if you think your peak of revolutionary action is to go to one of the only firm anti-imperialist Western news outlets,
I reject this.
And to try to do a struggle session with them with like complete
so annoying.
erroneous claims that are almost the exact
Why couldn't I
opposite of
get
what
a
you
pool
think.
like
If that's
that,
what you think
dude?
is revolutionary action, then yes. I love that he said Maoist and then in parentheses said white because he has to do that because he's a Maoist. Maoist third world is Danish anarcho-syndicalist.
There's one more
He's
game.
still watching,
I
though.
want to beat this.
He just watched a dude dance in a balaclava with a Daniel Defense Mark 18. Are you a Zimboy or a Copenhagen lad? I used to be a Copenhagen lad, but I'm a Zimboy now because like nicotine is just nicotine. I don't fuck with tobacco anymore.
Okay, you're amazing.
We talked about this. All right, let's get to some real shit. Oh, this was a fun little moment.
Palestinian people use force to resist foreign
good.
oppression and complete the
We sell you.
establishment an independent state is inalienable right. This recognition is also reflected in international convention. For example, the Arab Convention for Suppressing of Terrorism of 1998.
7910.
I quote, the right of peoples to combat foreign occupation, aggression by whatever means.
Why did I do that?
Including armed struggle.
I'm an idiot.
In order to liberate their territories and secure the right to self-determination and independence. End of quote. Armed struggle in this context is distinguished from acts of terrorism.
My card. Money is on sale. Okay, you will define our build.
But also,
Hopefully.
obviously, you know, China, much like Russia, still cooperates
Single
with
suit
Israel.
with 3 aces, bro.
Is a trade partner to Israel. I'm going to skip the Netanyahu Gaza future
We
shit.
need this, actually.
Let's talk to Michigan voters.
There are aspects we have to talk about with Yasmin, who's joining us from Michigan, Dearborn specifically, talking to voters ahead of Tuesday's primary. That is a state, as you well know, Yasmin, where protesters have been very loud against Joe Biden's support for Israel. And as the New York Times has put it, Michigan's combination of an early primary, a large and politically active Arab American population, progressive students on college campuses, and the option of a protest vote have raised the stakes of what has otherwise been a sleepy election in the state. So what are the voters telling you, Yas?
There's a new poll out,
Okay,
Alex,
this is money maxing, but it's also
45 to
stupid.
41, in which the former
But let's
president is
see.
leading Joe Biden right now in Michigan. Biden has a problem, Alex, in Michigan with the voters that I've been speaking to. These are all folks that voted for Biden in 2020. They have committed to voting uncommitted in the Michigan primary next Tuesday. And 2 of them are very much on the fence in voting for him for re-election in November. The other 2 absolutely will not be voting for him. They're angry about Gaza. They are angry he has not called for a permanent ceasefire as of yet. And they're angry that he has not come through on the promises he made when he was running for president back in 2020. Let's take a listen, Alex, to some of what they said and how they think or they believe Biden could possibly make up their vote between now and November.
Is there a pathway forward for you with Biden?
Oh, absolutely not. You cannot keep killing people with our money and just keep thinking that, oh, we are stupid enough to elect you again, because we'll fall in line. We'll forget. This is an insult to me as a voter.
For you, Biden has a pathway forward.
Biden has a pathway forward. It's not
And what does that
saying-
look like?
That is him calling for a permanent and immediate ceasefire. The straightforward, simple answer for the Biden administration is push for a ceasefire, stop aiding Israel in their war crimes. And I guarantee you, there are enough people who would be willing to deal with it and vote for the man. It is, in so many words, insane to me to have the Democratic Party and the Biden administration sit here and essentially say, if Trump happens, it's your fault.
If you don't want a Trump presidency, then are you not worried about what he could do domestically to this country?
I am, you know, it's like a vaccine. I'm willing to take short-term pain for a long-term gain. I'm willing to let go of Joe Biden and oppose Joe Biden, make him a one-term president, punish Joe Biden by making him a one-term president and pairing his loss with the genocide in Gaza.
Why does our democracy, why is having a Trump presidency more important than those people's lives?
Yeah.
Why is our democracy more important than thousands of men, women, and children being killed?
So it's interesting, Alex, because it's not like they're saying we're not going to vote for Joe Biden and instead we're going to be voting for Donald Trump. That is not at all what they're saying, right? Instead they're saying we are in this position in more of a big picture sense because of the Democratic Party. Right. They're like, you haven't given us the candidates that we want. You haven't delivered the way in which we want. You're not listening to us.
Do they think Trump will be better with Israel? I don't think they think that. Some might, and they're wrong for that opinion. Trump will not be better with Israel. There is no, guys. No. I don't think that is a thing at all. If you think that Trump will be better with Israel, you're out of your mind. Okay? But that is not a justification.
Oh yeah, I hate plastic utensils. I do. I think they're ridiculous.
That is not a justification for Biden to continue following Trump's Israel policies. Democrats claim that it's harm reduction to vote for the Democratic Party as opposed to the Republican Party, but then they literally adopt the positions of the Republican Party and then go, it's still harm reduction. At a certain point, you're not reducing harm. That's, oh my God. I did not work out Kaya hard enough this morning, and she's like awake. And right now she's putting her face on my leg, pushing down on my leg to be like, pay attention to me, please.
And we are sick of the political system in this country because of all of that. So this for them.
I think I'm over this after a
What will
while.
Trump do that's worse? Not like he's going to give Israel more money than Biden.
This is my last shot.
Okay. Trump's policies in Israel are the reason why October 7 happened. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem, permanently recognizing the annexation of Golan Heights, instituting the Abraham Accords and completely writing off the Palestinians. Trump went so far against Palestinians that Israel had to step in and be like, please don't stop giving Palestinians money, because if you refuse to give them money, then they will do more violent retribution. It's a national security risk at a time when they wanted to be more reasonable about the Palestinian existence.
I'll be back in a second. I need the bathroom.
State. So no, Trump will be worse. Dude, you're being so cute, but I can't pay attention to you right now. I'm working. Daddy's working. I know you don't care. I know. She keeps pawing me now. So Trump's policies will most likely be worse than Biden's on Palestine, on the issue of Israel. I guess the only saving grace would be that liberals would be more committed to defending Palestinian lives if Trump was the one doing the killing, in the same way that they were so pro BLM. But what happened there? Liberals adopted BLM, co-opted it, and nothing came from that regardless. What do you want? Want to go outside?
is kind of a warning shot saying it's time to change. It's time for something to change in this country.
Yes, the third gentleman with whom you spoke talked about the short-term pain for the long-term gain and said that he'd be willing to vote out Joe Biden. He does fully realize what that means, right? If we've got Joe Biden and Donald Trump, he's willing to elect Donald Trump.
Fuck, I can't hear anything.
He fully...
She unplugged my freaking... She unplugged my freaking audio. Hold on.
How does she know how to do that, dude? And she does it so frequently. Bro, what?
He realizes, and I challenged him on that. I talked to him about that.
Okay.
He fully realizes what that means. But these voters are saying it's not on us. This is not our responsibility. It is not our fault. This is the fault of the two-party system in this country. It's the fault of the Democratic Party for not producing the candidates that we want and for not coming through and following through on the issues that we feel like they need to be following through on.
Okay, I'm over Balisher right now.
Through, as Khalid said, the person that you were talking about, this kind of short-term pain of another Trump presidency, that's what needs to happen as they see it to break the system. Because
the issue is that it still doesn't matter.
She's associated that action with getting attention from
Assange.
True.
The Democrats have demonstrated that in 2016, they don't care. They will never learn from their lessons because their position as controlled opposition relies on them not learning. They're very comfortable losing elections. They don't give a shit.
They have slept through so many election cycles in which they see as choosing the lesser of two evils, and they're exhausted. And that is what I'm hearing most from voters here in Michigan.
So last question to you.
Actually, I deadass think you're wrong about Trump being worse for Palestinians. Yeah, you're insane for saying that. No.
Okay. I still want to keep
Azan
on.
There is no president in U.S. history that has been almost as in contemporary U.S. history that's been as consequential for the lives of Palestinians getting worse than Donald Trump. In 2018, while the Great March of Return was happening, on the one side, as Israeli snipers were taking shots directly at Palestinian civilians that were peacefully protesting the border wall that was unjustifiable, Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, and Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was literally across the fucking, across the entire land that we know as Israel, on the other side at Jerusalem, at an embassy, at a newly minted U.S. embassy. Okay? The idea that like Donald Trump would be better is silly. This does not mean that people will still try to punish Joe Biden. They have every right to do so. Okay? I've said this before. You should absolutely try to extract concessions from the Democratic Party with your vote.
Such a good game.
And that's what these people are doing. It's so dumb.
You just said, wow. And you said so as Raygasm was reporting they're listening to that tape. What does...
Then why did he say what he said in this clip? It doesn't matter what he says in this clip, dummy. Trump says a whole bunch of shit. Why would you ever take it seriously? The only thing you should be taking seriously is the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour on this broadcast. And if you no longer want to see it, then you need to subscribe. And if you don't subscribe, then you're going to see the 3-minute ad break.
The multiplayer gameplay is always so cozy. I love it. I might turn Hassan off in a bit. Depends. I'm just interested in what's being talked about right now. Also, I just like I want to hear more about that anarchist chatter.
Trump has said.
Did they get banned?
How is this any different than what Joe Biden has said? Look at what Joe Biden has done offer an insane amount of arms to Israel as it's committing ethnic cleansing.
Among Us on
what
Sunday.
Joe Biden has said, we're trying our very best. We want a two-state solution. Cut it out, Netanyahu.
I'm so happy
What do you
Emhard got
mean?
Felix finally. Okay.
Trump has drawn more civilians than Obama, but this
All
chat
right.
loves him because he's funny and charismatic. First of all, we do think that Trump is funny and charismatic, but so was Obama. And I criticize Trump as much as I criticize Obama, if not
We actually
more.
want to
What are
go
you talking
above.
about?
We just have to be really careful here.
It's ridiculous to think that this chat is like unironically full of Trump supporters or some shit.
We want to go a level above. And then collect things there, because there isn't
Now
like
everyone's gonna
anything
say,
negative
yes,
there.
we are, as a meme, and this chatter is going to feel like he's right.
Fate of the Palestinian people. They deserve
Okay.
a far better life. They deserve the chance to achieve their extraordinary potential. Palestinians have been trapped in a cycle of terrorism, poverty, and violence, exploited by those seeking to use them as pawns to advance terrorism and extremism.
Yeah, I can't believe he said that. I can't believe he said that. He must really care about Palestinian lives. Let's not look at anything he's done. When he says terrorism, he means Hamas, by the way. That's the liberal Zionist line that he's towing.
Let's collect these.
Anyway. Yeah. Israel is a bipartisan issue. Okay? Ethnically cleansing Palestinians is a bipartisan issue in the United States of America.
What does this portend to you? How concerning is this? Michigan is in a very important state. It potentially could run neck and neck there. You have Rashida Tlaib, the Michigan congresswoman.
Right. We're upgrading to
saying what
nuclear,
Yasmin
everyone.
is talking about with these voters, saying, hey, don't vote for Biden specifically. Send this message. But sending that message now.
Sure.
What are the dangers of that?
Well, so first of all, the Biden campaign and the administration certainly acknowledges the political significance of this situation. That's
All right,
why they
let's get
sent
this
Deputy
uranium.
National Security Advisor John Feiner to do extended
And I think we go back
meetings
now.
in Michigan with these communities. We
Let's go
shouldn't
home.
forget about the fact that this is February. Yeah. And so if this was
time,
there's time for
What is life
the
like on
campaign
Bitch Island? I
and
don't know.
the
Ask your
administration
mom.
to address this. And what I would virtually guarantee is every Biden supporter
Am I
or
lost?
former.
Yeah, except they're
Thanks for
not
the follow.
addressing it. That's the point. And they won't address it because they think staying in a holding pattern will cause the Muslim voters and Arab voters in Michigan to forget. And that's really fucking stupid because they won't. And it will cost them the state of Michigan. The calculation here for Biden is clear. Suburban white voters that are moderates are going to be pro-Israel regardless. The real question is it worth for the White House, to lose younger voters that are already like not exactly fond of his age and his incompetence? Is it worth for them to lose out on other demographics? Is it worth for them to lose Michigan? Is it enough that he has the full-throated
Okay.
support of the UAW in Michigan
All the way up.
while simultaneously losing hundreds of thousands of votes in that state that are ultimately reliable Democratic Party voters? That's it. I've told you this.
Don't worry, if they come near
The
us, we can shock
calculation
them.
Here is that Biden thinks
Sometimes you just hit
the
unfollow by
calculation
mistake.
here is that Biden thinks he will lose the moderate voters
May
that
Allah
care about
awaken the
democracy
people and help them
and
to see
care about all this
the
other
evil
shit that
doings
make
of Israel
Biden
and the United States.
more favorable candidate over Donald Trump if he takes a different approach to
You are a class
if he takes
traitor.
a different approach to Israel.
Yo, I'm playing,
It's the same
chatters.
exact calculation that they're
I'm
doing
not
with
away from the
respect to
screen.
border. Leaning
Oh, you
into
wanted to show
border
the new
crisis
one? No
narrative.
worries. Okay, I thought there was going
And
to be
the
a stream
problem
of them.
is,
I'm playing
you're
a
not actually
game.
winning on the border shit on that front. Those moderate voters.
This is not a fucking
because they think you will defend
there's lots of lithium
democracy.
here.
You will defend these institutions. They're not voting for you over Trump because you're going to do Trumpian policies. That's it. And I don't think they recognize that. And I don't think they recognize the very dangerous normalization of the narrative that the border is a national security concern. That completely gives up that talking point. Even if you're cynical, even if you're just, I'm putting on my DNC hat on now. When I say this, I'm a wonk now that cares about the Democratic Party. When I say this, if I don't care about any of these issues at all, the human cost of it all, and I only care about re-electing the Democrats because they're good and they're awesome and they're slay queens, I'm still gonna be mad in this situation because
Nikki
this
Slaley, dude,
causes them to lose a fucking talking point. Okay?
Okay, we're where we want to be. Let's just see if there's any more lithium around here.
Part of this coalition is sending this message in such an ardent way right now because they are hoping to reach some form of consensus. You're going to see that start to play out. So there's a lot that is going to change, but certainly what can happen, and this is just
they're just
politics.
so fucking loud,
this isn't
dude.
A commentary on the conflict itself. The Biden campaign will not ignore this issue and their voices, and you will certainly see them making very, very concerted efforts to mend some of these divisions and bring their coalition back together.
Can we go back quickly to you, Yasmin, if you're still there, and just get you to react to what the Congressman just said?
Yeah.
Yep.
Congressman, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but it's interesting because some
all right,
of the
let's get
points
back.
that you just made up, they actually.
I didn't mean to do that. I want to do this.
Arab equals terrorist. Please stop the Islam terrorism. Yeah, Islamic
So
terrorism
we've got a little
has a lot
fast
to
booster
catch up
now.
to Israel's terrorism if we're going to talk about terrorism, okay?
Chill.
Just saying. Don't ban this guy. I like this guy.
Came up at the table, right? This idea of timing, and the president has said this. There's time, right, to make up the difference between now and November, and they have sent an entourage of people. They've sent folks from the White House to respond to some of these concerns in Michigan. The president came himself when it came to UAW. He has not yet come to address the issue right now at hand with the Arab American, the Muslim American community, and young voters here in Michigan. One, that is something that they want. The other thing is they're saying the time is now. It's not now or November. The time is now because what they're asking for.
Now we've got a lot of things we need to listen to. A lot of law.
Young voters is they're wanting reaction.
So we're gonna have to turn Azan off for a bit.
When it comes to Gaza. So this time making
just a little, just listen.
Right, sending these entourage of folks that are part of the White House. It's not necessarily.
Let's first build some things, and then we'll do that.
These folks making much of a difference.
Right.
Wow. So Yaz, I know we're supposed to go, but just really quickly, let's say things get much better. Are they not going to be able to forget what has happened in Gaza when it comes to voting in November, and thus vote their conscience that way?
So the two guys in the end, Annie and Mikhail, both young voters, they said there is a possibility to make up that vote, right? If the president were to call for an immediate ceasefire, for instance, and really put time and thought, energy and money into creating a two-state solution in that area and helping rebuild. That's how they feel now. The two in the middle said there's no redemption. They're not doing it.
President Biden
Biden met with a family of late Putin critic Alexei Navalny. Don't really care about that. Oh, this was
I need the exterior.
Awesome. So, as you guys know, here, you know what? I'll start off with this again, a refresher.
Now to the
due to God or whatever, the Alabama Supreme Court decided on a case and used a case where a family that was that had embryos, lost their embryos in an unsecured fertilization clinic, where they dropped like the vial. Basically, someone dropped the vial, and therefore they sued the clinic on not only the basis that there was like mishandling, but also on murder. The Alabama Supreme Court took on the case and decided that, oh, another patient dropped the vial, sorry. And then the Alabama Supreme Court was like, oh, this is great. Yeah, that means that embryos equals human life.
Oh, God, dude. And so did they sue?
Okay.
Oh.
Now,
bro.
Obviously, embryos do not equal human life. That's crazy. However, this caused the fertility clinics that exist in Alabama to suspend IVF treatments because of the legal concerns that go along with this.
Controversial Alabama Supreme Court ruling that frozen embryos have the same legal rights as children.
And they don't.
2 more fertility clinics in the state have suspended in vitro fertilization treatments over potential legal risk. The ruling has now become an issue for candidates in tomorrow's South Carolina Republican primary. Robert Costa is covering that race in Charleston. Bob, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. Early voting ended here yesterday, but today candidates will be making a last-minute push to get their supporters to the polls. And it is that Alabama Supreme Court ruling that has given an upheaval to this presidential race.
Not art. There we go.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley worked to turn out voters in her home state this Saturday.
Got to get everybody to the polls. Everybody.
Haley's comments this week on reproductive rights have come under scrutiny after the Alabama Supreme Court's controversial ruling that frozen embryos are considered babies.
When you talk about an embryo, you are talking about, to me, that's a life. And so I do see where that's coming from when they talk about that.
Since
shut the fuck up. Oh my God, I can't stand it.
Put a pause on IVF treatments due to legal concerns.
Okay, we need a new.
Haley is questioning the court's decision.
We don't want them to stop doing IVF treatments. We need to make sure that embryos are protected. I personally believe an embryo is a baby. Not everybody's going to agree that.
In Michigan, Vice President Kamala Harris.
I love that she fucked up and said, I do believe embryos are babies. Meanwhile, Trump is out here being like, under my leadership, the Republican Party will always support the creation of strong, thriving, healthy American families. We want to make it easier for mothers and fathers to have babies, not harder. That includes supporting the availability of fertility treatments like the IVF in every state in America, like the overwhelming majority of Americans, including vast majority of Republicans, conservatives, Christians, and pro-life Americans. I strongly support the availability of IVF for couples.
Trump just fucking reads the room, dude.
Baby. Nikki Haley, being the fucking dumbass that she is. Nikki Haley,
we'll
being
just
the
put extra in here, it's fine.
Dummy that she is, was like, yeah, I think, yeah, that's right. They are babies. They're real babies, actually. Trump doesn't even touch that shit and immediately goes, yeah, that sucks, actually. No, the IVF clinic should remain intact. What the fuck are you guys doing?
Okay, we want some reactor rod.
Anyway,
we want to upgrade.
I'm calling on the Alabama legislature to act quickly to find an immediate solution to preserve the availability of IVF in Alabama. The Republican Party should always be on the side of the miracle of life and the side of mothers, fathers, and their beautiful babies. IVF is an important part of that, and our great Republican Party will always be with you in your quest for the ultimate joy in life. So, of course he did that. Duh. It's a gimme. It's a major fuck up for Alabama, where those dumb inbred hicks at the fucking Supreme Court thought Christian fundamentalism could go that far. Very, very stupid. However, nobody tops Tommy Tuberville.
And with this
Alabama rule, no one, okay? If you haven't seen this video, you're in for a motherfucking ride. Now, let me tell you something.
I haven't. Really? I don't know. Okay, I need to listen to this.
No better demonstration of the undeniable fact that these fucking apes in suits are so dumb, oftentimes dumber than the average American. Just because they're in a position of power and wear suits does not change that reality. Okay?
I need to change things up.
Tommy Tuberville demonstrated that today, that it does not take any kind of mental clarity, and you can be as stupid as a fucking sea cucumber and still fill the role of a guy in the Republican Party. It's the same as the Democratic Party too. Okay? I'm telling you right now, you have no idea how how stupid he is.
Drawing national attention. Clearly, the person who's behind that decision, Alabama Chief Justice Tom Parker, is also coming under scrutiny tonight. People are paying close attention to what he has been saying, not just about this, but also this interview that he did just in the last week, where Justice Parker said that he was a believer of the Seven Mountain Mandate. It's this popular movement urging Christians to completely conquer the, quote, seven mountains of American life, including education, media, and the U.S. government. Listen to him talk about it for yourself.
God created government. And the fact that
oh my God,
we
conservatives are so fucking annoying, dude. Jesus Christ.
The possession of others. It's heartbreaking for those of us who understand, and we know it is for him.
Dude.
And that's why he is calling and equipping people to step back into these mountains right now. I'm very aware that he is equipping me with something for the specific situation that I'm facing.
There you go.
I don't have to struggle trying to find my way through it.
True to form, for those who are familiar with his career, Chief Justice Parker did not shy away from invoking his faith in this controversial decision. At one point in the ruling, he wrote that human life cannot be wrongfully destroyed without incurring the wrath of a holy God. I should note that he was an aide and ally of the fellow Christian theocrat and former Alabama Supreme Court Chief Justice Roy Moore. Of course, the man who beat Roy Moore in that Alabama special election not too long ago for the U.S. Senate is also here to weigh in on this tonight. Former Alabama Senator Doug Jones. And Senator, it's great to have you because, you know, obviously what we can hear and read in this is that he wasn't just relying on the Constitution and on legal precedent to explain.
It's coming. Don't worry. The Tommy Tuberville take is coming. It's so good.
Explain this decision. You know, he's citing religious doctrine in the book of Genesis.
Famous pedophile Roy Moore.
I wonder, where is the line drawn between law and theocracy?
Well, Caitlin, obviously with Chief Justice Parker, there is no line. I was listening to Governor Haley saying Alabama ought to just get back to the law. Well, hell, Parker doesn't worry about the law. All he worries about is his Christian philosophy. And that's nothing new, by the way. For those people who are shocked at this across the country, this has been his mantra for years. He has been in public service for a long time. As you said, he's an ally of Judge Roy Moore. And so this is nothing new. And it's really, what's really sad about this, Caitlin, is not just all of the thousands of families that might be affected by this, that ultimately could be.
Yes, the pedophile, famous pedophile Roy Moore was famously the former Supreme Court Chief Justice, not just the Supreme Court Justice, but the Chief Justice in Alabama.
Be affected across the country. But our business community is just not going to step up again. They didn't step up on the abortion bill. They didn't step up on the immigration bill. They're too afraid to speak out. Our UAB health system has got one of the finest health systems in the country, particularly their pediatrics and OBGYN. Who the hell's going to want to come to Alabama after this kind of ruling? How are they going to attract doctors? So
oh my God, dude.
Way beyond just even the individual families that are going to be affected and the women of the state. It goes to businesses and who we are as a state.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen some of them saying, you know, they're hesitant to either move to Alabama or questions about leaving. I want to get your take on what we heard.
I'm so fucking glad they deserve this. All of these motherfuckers deserve this, not the people living there.
And gave, to me, a
these
bit of a
motherfuckers deserve,
like, this is what he told reporters.
To have to, like,
you have
say
a
this
reaction
shit
to the
in front
Alabama
of
Supreme
crowds.
Court ruling on the fact that embryos are children?
Yeah, I was all for it. We need to have more kids. We need to have an opportunity to do that. And I thought this was the right thing to do. But
IVF is used to have more children, and right now IVF services are paused at some of the clinics in Alabama. Aren't you concerned that this could impact people who are trying to have kids?
Well, that's for another conversation. People need to have.
They're chapters that come from Alabama.
He does not know what IVF is. He has no idea what it is.
You know,
do you
like
understand?
they don't deserve this.
He does not know what it is. He has no.
But yeah, I know you're making a joke, but you know what I mean.
Reaction to the Alabama Supreme Court ruling on the fact that embryos are children?
Yeah, I was all for it. We need to have more.
True.
He said, I was all for it. We need to have more children. He has no idea what it is. He doesn't know. He thinks it's like a different kind of abortion. These libtards.
Do I have
they got.
a?
By the way, notice how
I
my
have one of
accent
those.
when I do portray myself as like a Republican guy is so on the money.
I don't know
like,
how
this is literally
to
how
make
they
one
sound.
of those.
Okay. He's like, yeah, I thought that it was a different type of abortion. These libtards, they keep coming up with new words. IUD, IED. Okay, I heard about that. They're doing that. That's a different kind of abortion they do in Afghanistan, right?
Bro, I might need to go out and get a whole bunch of stuff. Fuck.
IVF.
Let's see.
I don't want no alphabet. LGBTQ. I don't want no alphabet when it comes to abortion shit. Okay. Let me tell you, I think the Supreme Court in Alabama is right. They're correct.
Coral sample. We don't have enough. Oh, okay. Let me go get some coral. Fuck this. Okay.
You understand me? DUI is the only thing that should be legal. When I have it. When I do it. None of that though. No IBS. No nothing.
Kids, we need to have an opportunity to do that, and I thought this was the right thing to do. But
IVF is used to have more children, and right now IVF services are paused at some of the clinics. And
I'm glad that she, explained to him in real time what in vitro fertilization is done for.
in Alabama, aren't you concerned that this could impact people who are trying to have kids?
Well, that's for another conversation. People need to have
that is the conversation right now. He said that's for another conversation.
What do you say to the women right now in Alabama who no longer have access to IVF, or who will not, as a result of this ruling? What do you say to them?
Yo, get cooked. Get fucking cooked, you freaks.
That's a hard one. It really
you fucking
is.
freak
really
Alabama politicians.
Because again, you want people to have that opportunity, and that's what I was telling her.
Like, I just, what do I say? What do I say about this? Like, what can you say about this? He's so fucking stupid, bro. This is where modern medicine fails, because we've kept idiots like this alive, okay? That's a hard one. Not a hard one, dumbass.
We need more kids.
It's only hard because I don't know what those words mean. It's a hard one.
All due respect,
I don't want to go near those. There should be some around here. There should be massive clusters somewhere.
Look, he had no idea what that reporter was asking. None. That answer was so similar. It's like deja vu all over again for folks around here. He had an almost identical answer in 2020 when he was running
then they
for the
shouldn't be.
Senate
If you don't know what in vitro fertilization is, you shouldn't be a fucking politician.
Had no idea
I'm
what
sorry.
it was.
Like,
he stammered around and stuttered around and was incoherent when trying to answer. He had no idea what that reporter was talking about. He may have thought it was intravenous or something with Gatorade. I don't know. But he clearly had no idea. And
bro,
that's just
America's
who he is.
so
he didn't know the
fucked.
three branches of government. He doesn't. He on your show you had to argue with him about white nationalists being racist. So this is what we've come to.
There we go. We found a whole bunch. Oh, let's go.
Friendly reminder of his greatest moment. Oh yeah, this was fun. I love that his ass hit every stair on the way down. Did a new wedge issue just drop? No, this is not even a wedge issue. Republicans are smart and they like winning elections. I mean, they're having a hard time with that currently with their other genuinely bloodthirsty, even more bloodthirsty side.
Okay, I got so much. Let's go. Yo, crazy. Valkyrie.
Tommy Tuberville is Doug Dimmadome's enemy.
Throw it back for Jesus. Hello. Welcome in. We're playing Subnautica.
Anyway,
let me give you a shout out. Hold on.
Come on, Bobby. Let's go party. No, Democrats won't. Democrats are salivating at the prospect of the IVF thing.
I'll give you a follow.
Because it's such a winner.
Thanks. Throw it back for Jesus.
What is this?
Bro,
Conservatives are going to have a super majority
you came in at the
rate?
right time because
New
there's
and
some
first on
Jesus shit
Huffington Post,
happening on the
Justice Sonia
news
Sotomayor
that
took the
we're watching
unusual
with
step of
Soundplay
traveling with a
anyway.
medic in 2018 and with medical gear in 2021
Thanks
and
for the raid.
2022, according to the records obtained by Fix the Court.
I've never had Gatorade.
Fuck it. Make all 9 of the Supreme Court justices. Oh my God. She's going to die. Trump is going to be president. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's going to die. If she retires now, Mitch McConnell is not letting. Nobody is. Well, not Mitch McConnell. He can't really do too much about that. But like, if she retires now.
Bro, no, you can't just as much.
If she retires now.
Oh, bro, come on. No. She no man.
We're still not getting a fucking Democratic.
Bro, what the fuck?
We're still not getting a liberal Supreme Court justice.
Oh, okay. Nice to know. Are you South
Robert's
African?
going to be the predominant leftist on the court at this rate? Yeah.
Jason is South African. And I am as well. No, I'm Danish. Oh, okay. Well, nice to meet you. I hope I can check out some of your streams.
Demon inside of me says that like this will force the Democrats to pack the court potentially in the future and just like completely blow it up maybe. I don't fucking know.
Oh no, Hassan. No, they won't. You know they won't. Okay, we're gonna do something like this.
Oh my God.
5Q. I love Subnautica. It's my favorite game.
That's never gonna happen.
Okay, well, look, we're going to nuclear, everyone. Let's go. Nuclear power time.
Anyway.
All right.
This is so bad.
So what's that? Oh yeah. What am I forgetting? Oh, did I not have
Here's what I was gonna show you guys here. Let's get to some fun shit. I can't do this anymore.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Let's go. Okay.
This is Valkyrie Fuseli and...
Holy moly, let's go. Okay. We need more lead.
Yolanda
we'll go get some of that in a
Garcia.
second.
Echo's official music video.
Okay, we did that.
Like
we probably should make some of those.
I get lost in the moment.
Rich LA people, what could be more fun? No, you're right. We should keep talking about how dire the situation is. Ugh, I want to throw up.
Just like a record that's been broken.
Let's metal. We'll put some more in here.
Times, can't fight the tide. Drowning in emotions. Stuck in illusions. Play with me on my mind.
Did I make another?
One by one, they hypnotize me. The night goes on, the night goes on.
So she's a musician. She's like an actual musician.
Insane. Okay, let's make this shit. How do you make this shit? The Filipino whatever. What the fuck is that? Let's find out.
This is crazy.
Let's find out. And there we go. Hydrochloric acid and gold. I have hydrochloric. How do you make hydrochloric acid? I have that. Let's go. Okay. Sorry, I'm.
I can feel the dark take over. It's not over, don't you cue the violence. If I get away, you'll never find me. So far away. I can hear the echoes, they calling me.
Oh my god, his son's trying to sing along.
I can hear the echoes.
No, Hassan, you can't. Okay. We need some. We need lots of lead.
Me and my demons, trying to find reason for the sleepless nights, and I feel like I'm so far away, so far away. I can hear the echoes, they calling me. I can hear the echoes, drumming up.
Insane. Bro, streamers are doing things. All of the things. Holy
Pretty
moly,
wild
dude.
that they popped off this hard.
It is.
Pretty wild. Especially because like I mean, Fuslie sings sometimes on No Pixel for fun, and Valkyrie does not sing at all. You know what I mean?
Pretty insane. It is very impressive.
How long until there's an AI version of you this, please? Maybe.
Bro, somebody definitely will make that. Okay, we got some lead. Okay, seems to be lead around here.
Cool.
That's silver. We'll get it. Don't worry.
It's so funny watching streamers try to act like serious pop princesses after some of the goofy scene and shit I've seen them do on stream, but they're not. That's the whole point. You know what I mean?
I can see a lot of streamers hating on this.
How many views? It's only got like 142,000 views in 18 hours, but
pretty amazing still.
I think it's pretty wild that they were able to like pop off so hard. People being like, "Oh, is auto-tune to hell?" Brother, have you not listened to any music in like the last 10 years? What are you talking about? Every song is auto-tuned to hell.
Nice. Awesome.
But also,
guys,
like,
let's run back to the start of that track.
But also, like, just be supportive. You don't need to be rude.
Our first music
like,
video shoot together will be a memory we'll cherish together forever. From embodying the energy of Neon Viper and Reyna to all the fruit snacks Yolana ate, to all the caffeine Ray gulped, and to Leslie having to take off her booze because she was taller than everyone else. We are so excited to finally share this project we've been working on for the past 2 weeks with y'all. I know, such a quick turnaround, right? Special thank you to 100 Thieves for the opportunity to create this. And before you play the music video on repeat, play some Valorant with 100 Thieves' new VCT capsule and skin available in the game's brand new esports store. So,
okay, I need to find thing. There we go.
I think they did this for 100 Thieves, or they did this with 100 Thieves. Did this for Valorant.
Lead, please. Can I get some lead, please? Thank you.
As far as I understand it, it's the first of its kind.
It's pretty cool that 100 like Thieves has got the capability to do that.
Have their own skin and have their own like play out music when the team comes out. So,
oh, it's for Valor.
Pretty sick.
Oh my god. Oh my god, gamers. Bro.
It's just like I don't know, it's pretty wild to have people I know pop off like this. You know what I mean? When will you release a song? No. And like, I mean, I don't know. I don't really listen to music too much, but it sounds good to me. It sounds really good to me. Like a lot better than you would expect from streamers.
Yeah, that's true.
It's kind of pompous if you ask me,
Oh my god, chill the fuck out, bro. You know what? On the internet, here's the thing.
I mean, yeah.
If you don't have anything nice to say,
right.
just shut the fuck up. No one cares. No one's interested in your fucking dumb
and never
opinion.
leave
Like,
their
they just
houses, I
let
know.
people,
Every
like,
streamer should
enjoy
be like
things.
me.
Oh my god, dude.
Permanently stuck in their homes and genuinely fucking miserable, like, the entire time.
I hate it. I hate it.
Just like that chatter said, people doing cool shit while Hassan debates Danish anarchists. Exactly.
Oh, I'm lost. Oh no, I'm lost. I would like to get out. Okay, there's light there. That means
It makes you
nothing.
more relatable if you're miserable. Yeah. Well.
Well, there's another one. I'll be fine.
True.
I wanted, lead though. I need more lead.
I didn't know you were as miserable. Bro, I fucking stream to an audience of angry nerds 10 hours a day, every fucking day.
How do I get out of here?
It's hard not to be miserable. People also do definitely pick and choose. Or like when Will made a OTK announcement video, everyone was like,
yeah, everyone's
oh,
very
so
nice.
pog.
No, it's people are just fucking
But, like,
sexist
when
as well.
Ray and Leslie do something also professional, they're like, oh, this is lame. Well, they're not even
It's
saying
very
that. I'm
annoying.
just reading the bad chatters for no reason.
No, but people will. That's
You
the
spend
thing.
half
He's
of that
right.
gaming. Shut the fuck up. I am going to video game myself permanently off of this fucking planet in a video game.
No, okay, leave me alone. Lost my eye.
This community is a whirlpool of misery and despair. Everyone's a debate pervert and fighting in the chat. What's that's happening on a daily basis.
If you don't have something nice to say, shut the fuck up. No one cares about your fucking opinion. And you might be saying, well, you're not saying anything nice. Yeah, but I'm defending people doing things, okay? So there we go. There's one. Oh, fucking. Got too much copper. I need to do something with this copper. Da, da, da, da. Da, da, da, da. Oh my god, why?
Anyway. Palette cleanser. Yeah, who remembers hashtag where is Kaya?
What, do you have something to give me? You have something to give me? Thank you.
To me, that's what Kaya looks like still.
Hi, Poop Summer.
Like, not even a joke. That's what she still looks like. Knew I was talking about her and immediately got up from underneath the desk. She's not even the same color anymore. Yeah, because her undercoat was darker. Have you seen the baby sea otter scared of their first swim? No, I haven't. Anyway, what else was I gonna do? Oh, Zin is now conservative. How a nicotine pouch explains the new ethos of young conservative men.
Oh my god,
Apparently,
really?
because of Full Send and because of Tucker Carlson, conservatives are now comparing, or conservatives have claimed Zin, and liberals, of course, as is the case with liberalism all the time, will say that this is a demonstration of conservatism.
Oh god, dude.
Everyone loves doing the.
Yeah, I know. I didn't realize it was that like
lame shit where it's like you can't have anything nice or fun or.
Hold on, I want to send this to Hassan.
You know, enjoy things.
You can hear the excitement here in the crowd. They're cheering and they're excited to see President come. Now, you can.
President come. Give us Hogwatch. I wanted to do Hogwatch, but like CPAC has fallen off, I think.
Let me see.
Sanders interview, dude. I don't want to watch it. It's Friday. We've been doing politics for 4 hours. We're moving on. Okay. Northern Line dunks on capitalism, and it's pretty amazing.
Listen, here's my thing. I think I'm really trying hard not to become just like a doomer and like, you know, capitalism is the root of all problems in society, okay? Because in the same way that you guys are like, I use the self-checkout all the time and it works for me, so it must be a problem on your end. Capitalism's been working out okay for me. But the more I go out into the world, I see the promise of new technology and new features, and I'm like, whoa, that's amazing.
I knew you'd like this.
If you kept everything exactly the same and just added the technology, then it would be a dream come true. The problem is they add the self-checkout, and for 2 years, they've got the same amount of staff, and they've got the self-checkouts. And you're feasting. It's like Netflix before every company made their own streaming service. But now, over this last several years, they go, oh, 40% of the people at the grocery store are using self-checkout. We're going to downsize. We're only going to have 2 cashiers operating 8 lanes. 80% of people are using self-checkout. Now we're going to have 1 cashier manning 12 lanes, you know? Like, and it's now at the point where I'm like, I fucking wish that we just didn't have the self-checkouts and they just opened all 12 lanes of assisted checkouts. Now I'm like, it's a luxury checkout experience to just be able to pull my cart up, load the stuff on, and not have to worry about scanning it, and the fucking area where you can actually put the shit on the scale is so small you gotta play like Lego and Jenga just to try to get it all to stand there. And if something ever falls over, unexpected item in bagging area, the alarm goes off. There's no, like the 2 staff that are working at the grocery store, one of them is trying to check out 7 people simultaneously. The other one is manning the deli, the olive bar, the bakery section, the cheese section. Like they're trying to run the entire 800,000 foot grocery store all by themselves. The problem is they give us the technology, and they go, isn't this sick technology? And you go, yeah, that's awesome. And then they put it in, and they offload the work onto us, and then they fire like half the staff, and I'm like, this is way worse. It would have just been better if you got like maybe 2 self-check.
Will you be covering the TikTok "Who the fuck did I marry" lore? What is that? Please give it to me right now. I heard about this already. Northern Luddite, yeah.
No, he's right though. The technology being used.
Trying to set up a gaming session with our boy here, our big beautiful bald boy. It's 8 hours? No, it's not. He's got 80 TikTok episodes. Just give it to me. Do I go all the way back down in the bottom and start there? Like, oh my God, what is happening?
What is this?
Where does it start?
Oh, go up and click playlist. Somebody will tell him.
This is 4 hours and 59 minutes, dog.
Bro, okay, I'll watch that tomorrow.
Is this a condensed version? This is a 2-hour one.
Part 33.
The fuck? It started out with part 30. Oh my God.
I'll watch this.
Hi, and welcome. We all know why you're here.
I'll watch the fuck out of that.
The new series that I'm calling.
You know I'll watch 4 hours of TikTok. Bro, you know.
I'm going to create this playlist series. And I'm going to tell the story of
That's my content for tomorrow, everyone.
Dated, married, and divorced. A real pathological liar.
Okay, I'm already invested. Let's watch the summary first.
Summarizing all 50 parts of the Risa Tisa Who the F Did I Marry videos in one singular part. Let's flow. Risa Tisa and her ex-husband, who she calls Legion, met in March 2020, right before COVID, on 2 different dating apps, which was the first red flag. One was his real name, one was a nickname. They hung out a ton, and when COVID hit, they decided to quarantine at her house, which she agreed was a little fast. Not long after, she gets pregnant, they decide they need to get married. During all of this, they decide they want to buy a house. He can't show proof of funds. Unfortunately, she miscarries the child, and he doesn't even go with her to the surgery and says he has an important meeting for work. Allegedly, at this time, he works as a VP for a condiment company and leaves the house at 6:15 a.m. every morning and comes home at 3:34 p.m. Eventually, they continue the house search, and she wants to see his accounts. He shows her a Chase savings account and a Chase checking account where he has money in it, but says he also has money from playing arena football in a U.S. bank account.
Okay, this is full of spoilers. I think we...
This is my introduction / disclaimer video. First and foremost, I'm going to be truthful, even if it makes me look bad. I'm going to be honest, but I'm also not going to be disrespectful to anyone that was involved. I'm not going to use people's real names because I don't have their permission to do so, and this sister does not want any sort of litigation. I will tell you off the top, I have a sense of humor and I have sarcasm. So things that you see me laughing at, none of this is funny. But in order to get through it, I have to laugh.
Oh, God.
If I cry, I cry. I'm human. I'm a woman. This was traumatic. I'm going to do the best I can to upload as much of the story as I can because I know people get so annoyed with the follow for part 4, follow me for part 17. I'm just going to do the best I can to keep uploading the videos each at a time. Degree in the mail. So that is a lot of time to cover. Please give me the grace to just get it out. It may not be all in one day. It may not be all in 2 days.
Okay, some of this stuff you can condense.
Video to cover me start and did happen with things last becoming contest. I didn't graduate with a psychology degree, but I'm very comfortable saying that he was a pathological liar. He was a narcissist, and yes, there was some in my opinion, mental health issues going on. Pathological lying part, absolutely. So I want to preface all this by saying, you're going to probably think, what in the world? There's no way this happened. Everything you're going to hear me say actually did happen. I never thought I was going to be in some sort of Lifetime movie, but I was.
Bro, I will watch all of this tomorrow. All of it, like every single part.
If you allow me to tell the whole story, things will be answered.
Hassan's going to get too bored. He doesn't have the stamina for this.
It's a coping mechanism. So if you're like, why should you move her hands?
Okay, I'm beginning to understand why this is 4 hours long. There's a lot of stuff in here that's like... Oh my God. There's a lot of stuff in here that's
I told
like,
you. He doesn't have stamina, dude. He doesn't have the fucking stamina. I told you.
Case?
I told you. I told you. Within 4 fucking
serious?
seconds. Oh my God. Hold on. I've got
Megaphonics, it's already 5 hours and you're in here sending me not a condensed version, but a joke that's unrelated.
Idea who the fuck I married. You like how
today we're getting
all right, y'all. Please excuse the hair, but here is part 20. We met on Facebook dating site, and we also matched on Hinge. I did not realize that he was on both under 2 different names. So one was his actual name, and the other one was a variation, like a nickname that he called himself. Different pictures. So it was a running joke between us. Oh, you ain't even recognize.
What's happening on the top of her head here? What is that? Is that like a bow?
That you had matched with me on Hinge. No, I didn't. And also that should have been a red flag. By the way, you will notice in this story, I called it the United Nations of red flags. It is so many red flags that, I mean, you would have thought I was colorblind because I ignored all of them. So anyway, back to the story. We met around March 4th. We exchanged phone numbers. He called me and we talked on the phone for the first time. In the first phone call, he told me that he had just moved to Georgia from California from San Diego. His job had transferred him because he was being transferred in as the new regional manager for a major condiment company that is based here in Georgia. I'm not gonna say the name. And so we also talked about his childhood. He told me he grew up in Philly. He's from Philly. Both of his parents were deceased. This is the first phone call. Both of his parents were deceased. His father was a Philadelphia police officer. His mom was a teacher. He also told me he briefly lived in Augusta with his family. He had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. He also had 2 half-brothers on his dad's side. First phone call. So I'm just giving you guys the backstory. This was the first phone call we had. So we talked about family, we talked about friends, we talked about our jobs. At the time, I was working at Georgia State Patrol. And he knew this and he just thought that was like, wow, you know, so you work with troopers all day. Yes, I did. Also in that phone call, he explained to me that he used to play football. He explained that he used to play arena football. I know nothing about arena football. I know about NFL, I know about college, go Dogs, but I don't know anything about arena football. So he explained to me that he used to play arena football. He used to work at Apple in the off season of arena football. And I remember thinking on that phone call, oh, okay, you know, like, good for you. I don't know anything about arena football. And I believe I did tell him that I don't know anything about arena football. That'll come into play later on. So he told me, I just moved here. My job is paying for my housing, and they are helping me to look for a house. He was like, right now I'm in Gwinnett County, but I'm trying to look for a house, ideally in Atlanta, like Brookhaven, Sandy Springs. He was like, I really would like to move out there. And so I thought, that's great. You're looking to get a house. You just moved here. He was like, I don't really know too many people here because I spend all my time at work, and this job is really demanding. So that was our first phone call. We talked more. He talked a lot, which took me by surprise because I'm not really used to men talking more than me. He eventually asked me out on a date.
That's shocking.
Our first date was set for Saturday.
Because I can tell she's a big yapper. So it is genuinely shocking to me right off the jump that the dude was talking more than her.
You can be a crystal mommy in this game.
Saturday, March 7th, 2020. He asked me what was my favorite restaurant. I said Cheesecake Factory. And so we agreed to go out at the Cheesecake Factory in a location that was in between. I lived in Clayton County. We lived about 45 minutes from Sandy Springs, Dunwoody area. See how it goes. First conversation was good. Hopefully he looks like his pictures, because that's always an issue with online dating. Hopefully he looks like his pictures. So on my way to our date, I took 285. And literally right before I got to Boulder Crest, the exit for Boulder Crest, I heard a boom and I lost control of my car. Thank God that not thank God, but I knew what to do. So I did not crash, but my tire blew out. So I called him and I said, hey, I'm so sorry, but my tire just blew on 285. I'm slowly making my way off the exit. I believe I pulled into a Chevron gas station, and I said, I got to get this fixed. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm a damsel in distress kind of thing. He kind of paused, he got quiet, and he was like, tell me exactly where you are, drop your pin. So I dropped the pin, and he came to the gas station. Good guy. Got out the car, and I was so relieved that he actually looked like his pictures that I was like, oh my God, he's actually attractive, because he's like 6'4", 6'5". Also, man, I apologize. So let me go back to the first conversation. Let me add something. He did tell me in the first phone call that he was divorced, and that his ex-wife, she had 2 children. She
forgot things.
Children, a boy and a girl who were teenagers, young adults. I think the girl was about 20, and he said that he had a very close relationship with his stepkids, but that he and his ex-wife had divorced because she cheated on him out in California, and so coming to Georgia was a new beginning for him.
Maybe not.
She was still out in California. The kids were still out in California, and so. He was like, there's no, I means you're right off the jump. Couple things I have to add in here. That's how you know she ignored the red flags. Okay, this dude is like, I'm coming to help you, and I'm 6'4". It's Jover.
Come on, Bobby, let's go, Bobby.
Thanks for the follow, chatter.
It's just 100% like
stand her, but I still want to be in the kids' lives. I have to put that in there because that will come back later. So this is just setting the stage. Again, that first conversation was, we talked about family, job, friends, how he ended up in Georgia, me being in Georgia, the things that, I would think people talk about in the first conversation. All right, now back to the tire blew out. So he shows up to the gas station. He changes my tire, which I just thought was the sexiest thing in the world. And then he proceeds to say, hey, I found a tire place around the corner. You need to get another tire. Like, you can't drive on this donut. So he followed me to the tire place, and then helped me get a tire, paid for it. So I was,
bro, she about to get pulled over for having her phone while she's
definitely
driving.
Like, wow. And so the vibe was good. So anyway, I get the tire fixed. We follow each other to the Cheesecake Factory over in Perimeter. We hold hands walking into the Cheesecake Factory. So in my mind, I'm like, this is just this. Oh my God, I had butterflies. That's the look of a woman who had butterflies. So I had butterflies. And we go in, there's a long wait, and so we sit outside and we just talk, and the conversation's great. And this is where he tells me what it is he's looking for. He tells me, I believe at the time he was 42. He was like, I want to get married and it be for real. He's like, my parents were married 40 plus years before my mom passed away, and I want that. I want marriage, family, a house. Like, that is what I want.
One tire on a first date is at least minimum $200, $300, by the way. That's crazy.
He's like, I'm as a man, I'm ready to get married, but I want it to be for real, because the first time, it really hurt me when she cheated on me. So he's telling me everything that I wanted to hear. And so he was like, what is it that you want? And I said pretty much the same thing. I was like, I'm ready to get married, definitely want to have a family, and I want to marry my best friend. So we both put on the table that we wanted marriage. And this is the end of part 1. All right, who the fuck did I marry? Part 2. So we both put on the table what it is that we wanted. We both had established we were dating for marriage. We were not dating just to date. We were not trying to be friends with benefits and none of that. So the dinner at Cheesecake Factory went really well. We laughed, we joked, we talked about people, which is kind of up my alley, my sense of humor. It was a good vibe. So at the end of the date, or excuse me, at the end of dinner, we sat in his car and he played this song for me by John Legend. I don't know the name of the song, by the time this video posts, I will put the name at the bottom. I can't remember the song. I just remember that John Legend was talking about, I think I met my wife tonight. And I thought it was a sign. So I was like,
he's laying it on thick, dude. That's the thick 8 of laying it on, okay?
So anyway, we ended up sitting in the car talking just about life and experiences until about midnight. So during this conversation, he again is telling me how it was, what it was like living in California, how he went out there, he went to San Diego State, he played football for San Diego State. He talked about how, life, he loved it out there, so he stayed. That's when he joined the company.
I'm gonna attack my shit,
and then he explained that he also did arena football, but only did it for about 2 or 3 years. He claims that while he was doing arena football, the team that he was on won a championship. But again, keep in mind, I don't know anything about arena football. So I was like, okay, I didn't know they had championships. And he was like, he got a little offended, like, yeah, they got championships. And, he was...
What the fuck is arena football?
So he talked to me about how he worked at Apple. He worked something in the IT area of Apple, but it within the store. Again, it was one of those, it's like when I tell people I used to work at Amazon. I really wasn't paying much attention to it. Why? So we talked about all that. We talked deeply into what happened with the ex-wife. It's because I asked. He was not volunteering all this information. So in other words, I get very uncomfortable when men start talking about their ex a lot. That's not what happened. I was asking questions because I was really trying to figure out, okay, are you ready for a relationship, or are you still missing her? So we talked about that. We talked about my exes. That was a mistake I made because I talked about how I dated at one point in time somebody I worked with. That will come back later. And he seemed real cool about it. He was like, that was before me and blah, blah, blah. So the conversation was good. Midnight comes and I go home. Yes, I went home. We ended up talking. Mind you, our first date was March 7th. And within about 2.5 weeks, Brian Kemp, our governor, shut Georgia down. We were going to be on lockdown. So during those 2.5 weeks, we talked every day. We went out again at Red Lobster. I
we're going back to COVID. Okay.
But everything was going great. The issue was, where are we going to quarantine? So the question was, are we going to quarantine at his place, which he had like a studio type of situation? Like, it clearly, where he was saying, I was like, it's like a studio apartment, but he kept telling me like, this is temporary because I'm looking for a house. Like, he showed me the email from a woman who worked at the company where she was out on maternity leave, but she was putting him in contact with a realtor to help him find a townhome or a single family house. So I was just like, okay, this is definitely temporary. Like, he's not trying to.
The chatter I banned was being really fucking annoying nonstop. That's why I banned him.
Stay here long term. And she was apologizing in the email. I'm so sorry, this should have been taken care of before you got here, but it wasn't.
What's wrong with the studio? I mean, dude, are you kidding me? Cabin fever? You'd lose your mind if you're quarantining inside of a fucking studio apartment with a dude that you're like kind of dating when you first started.
I saw the email. I read it. I read the email. So the decision was,
one room.
We're going to quarantine at the studio, or are we going to quarantine in my house? First mistake I made. Well, there's a lot, but this was a mistake I made. So ladies, caution moment. During one of our dates, because keep in mind, in those 2 weeks, we were seeing each other quite a bit. Nothing physical or anything like that. Just two people who I thought were really on some. All right, let's see if this is going to grow into something.
Big mistake. Can't do that during quarantine. You can't be like, let's test this relationship out by maxing out the amount of time, like, because even if you move in together, that's one thing. Moving in during quarantine, holy moly.
Came to my house. When he came to my house, I had a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath.
Bro,
wait, hold on.
The moral of the story is being.
Let's listen to what this. Let's see. Hold on.
How do humans cope with the loss of memories?
Like forgetting someone's birthday? I don't know. It just happens.
When you die, some quantity of knowledge is lost forever to the next generation. Isn't that?
I'm warning you. If you call humanity inefficient one more time, I will swim us both into the mouth of a Leviathan.
Is that sarcasm? I am still having trouble differentiating.
This is the most Reddit.
Inefficient.
Efficiency aside, does the loss of knowledge not create complications?
Well, on a personal level, losing someone can be traumatic. But it's harder to process the idea of generational knowledge. Humans aren't networked, so we can't even be aware of what we're losing moment by moment. We try to learn from history. Maybe it's not ideal, but it's what we have.
What happens when you no longer have the memories of others to combine with your own?
You make your own memories and interpretations. You have to experience life as an autonomous being. Discover yourself.
That idea is foreign to me.
Okay. Well, oh, I didn't want to get out. Good to know, Alan. Okay, let's see.
A townhouse, and I'm in like a little studio. Yeah, let me go ahead and pursue this. What I need to do to quarantine here. The decision was made, quarantine at my house. So the state went on lockdown. He came and stayed with me in my home, and for the most part, in the initial beginning, it was fine. It was fine. The reason why I hesitate is because I grew up in the church. So for me, it was really like an internal struggle of, bruh, you always said you would never live with a guy unless he was your husband. And now you living with a dude and he ain't your husband. Like, it was a struggle for me because I knew better. And don't come for me. I'm just telling you the way I grew up. It was like that. It was not sitting right with me. But at the same time, I didn't want to quarantine by myself. I did not want to. So there we go. So he moved in. We talked about the bills. Let me clear something up that I said in the other video where I said he paid all the bills. He paid all the household bills. He did not pay my car payment, my cell phone, or my car insurance. He paid the rent because my rent at the time was less than $1,000. He paid the utility bills. And so when he's telling me that he's a regional manager, I was like, wow, okay, so you got money. And so he paid all the household bills. So my check really was just taking care of me, myself, and I. And I am not, this is where it's not gonna make me look good, but it's the truth. It was intoxicating to not have to worry financially about how to pay the bills. It was a wonderful feeling. And so
I don't understand how you get a 3-bedroom for less than 1K. Did we misunderstand that? How does that work? Or is she also a liar? Like, what's happening?
It depends on what state. And this is in Georgia, right? Maybe that's possible in Georgia. Possibly. I don't know.
It's because you live in California.
I kind of pushed to the side the fact that, yeah, you shacking up. Because it's like, but your page, you don't have to worry right now. Like, he's taking care of all of April's bills before April even comes. Because this was still March. So, we're living together. And I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, he's helping to cook and clean. And then we have a conversation about house. Is he still going to buy a house just for him? Or is he going to buy a house where it's for us? Because we are going to try to make this thing work, be official, get married, have a family. So the question now on the table is, what are we going to do? Because I didn't want to stay in Riverdale, Georgia. I did not want to raise a family there. I refused to have a baby in Clayton County. So the decision was made, let's start looking for a house for both of us. Remember, he was already looking for a house for him. But then he was like, you know what, we're together, I plan to marry you. Let's look for a family home for the two of us.
I mean, that's crazy. This is like, how many weeks? If you can count the amount of weeks in 2 hands, you should not be fucking thinking about getting married. No, I don't think this is immediately after 1 date. I think this is, yeah, this is like, this puts the lesbian U-Haul memes to shame.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, this is like this is way faster than any kind of lesbian U-Haul joke I've ever seen in my life. This is crazy.
He was like, this is how much I was approved for. That's when he showed me the Chase paperwork. It was a letter stating that and it had the Chase emblem at the top. He showed me a letter stating that he was approved for $700. All right, part 3. Who the fuck did I marry? So this is when he showed me a letter from Chase with the Chase logo.
Bro, where is she driving? Is she driving? Like, it's morning now. It was nighttime. Where the fuck? How long are the roads in Georgia? Georgia!
At the top, stating that he had been approved for a mortgage, for a $750,000 mortgage or $750,000 house. So he was like, we can't go over $750,000. And I said, I remember asking him, can you afford the mortgage on a $750,000 house? Because I know I can't. This is when he explains to me, I told you how I played arena football. I invested my money really well. So he said, I have money that will help pay for the mortgage. He was like,
you didn't Google like how much an arena football salary is? Okay, let's Google it. Bro. Arena football players in the United States make $18.76 an hour. Bro, that's like, hello? $18.76 an hour? Be for fucking real. You didn't fact check at all?
Confusing. Yo, let's go find this artifact, that one there.
This man out here like, oh yeah, I was making McDonald's pay. And I fucking invested wisely. Anyone that says, oh, don't worry about the finances, I invested wisely, that's how I made my money, know that they're lying to you, okay? Hasanabi rule.
Oh great, we need
There
this.
is no such thing as investing wisely. Unless you're just rich already.
I married my wife in a month.
Investing your way up.
Wait, what?
we're good. Like I'm financially, I am okay. He was like, that's why I'm able to get approved for $750,000 mortgage. So he told me that his money was in different savings accounts. He said he had an account with Chase Bank, he had an account with US Bank, and he had an offshore account. This is what he told me.
Arena football player with an offshore account. Come on now.
Offshore account. I was like, why? And he explained something about, the U.S. excuse me, the U.S. imposes taxes on money when you have a certain amount in U.S. banks. He was like, so everybody knows that it's smart to have some money in an offshore account. Y'all, look, I live paycheck to paycheck. I was like, okay, that's whatever. I said, so you have the money to pay for a home. I'm also holding in my hand.
Also, no, you don't need to do that in the United States of America, okay? For the record, like, the United States of America, I always mention this, already has, like, offshore states, okay? This dude is just saying things he's heard. Like, there ain't no reason to go offshore unless you're talking about the shores of Delaware, okay? Unless you're talking about fucking South Dakota, there ain't no goddamn reason to go offshore.
And a letter from Chase saying that he was approved for $750,000. So I went off of what I saw. So we contacted a realtor. I won't say his name, but man, if he ever sees this TikTok, I owe this man such an apology. But we contacted a realtor who was based in Cobb County because I was very adamant. I wanted to move back to Marietta, Smyrna area in Cobb County, Georgia. He was fine with that. His whole attitude was, you're gonna be my wife, happy life. So we met a realtor. I would find houses that I wanted to tour. Keep in mind that this was COVID. So at the time, we could not tour a home. It would have to be a virtual tour. So
brother, what you just described doesn't make sense. It might make more sense to go offshore when you're poor in America because loopholes are for the rich. First of all, offshore accounts are for the rich. That's number one. And number two, if you're a broke boy, then like there is no what if you're too broke, then you don't need a fucking offshore account. There is no offshore account anyway. What are you talking about? If you're a broke boy, just say so.
This particular realtor, we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. Not Cobb County, but nevertheless, it's in Douglasville. I was fine with Douglasville. So we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. The realtor did a FaceTime tour of the house. The house was a nice home. 5 bedrooms,
these diamonds.
So we did a FaceTime tour of the home, and the home was listed, I believe, roughly 400 and something thousand. I really like the house. I could see myself living there. I could see us living there. I could see us with the kid there. This is now April, just for timeline purposes. This is April.
I'm in awe of how long she's driving. Okay.
So
yeah, it's true. Like she's driving for a really long time.
We'll put an offer in on the house. He was like, if you like it, because again,
that's the most Hassan thing to focus on, though.
The house in person because the family still live there. So he said, I'll put an offer in. We'll see if it's accepted. I said, okay. So he puts an offer in. He's telling me he put an offer in. I need to clarify some things he told me and the things that I actually saw. So for this house in Douglasville, he told me he was putting an offer in. The realtor would call me because one thing that the realtor told us, he was like, if the woman likes the house, typically the house is going to get bought. So he kind of dealt with me a bit more than he did my ex-husband. And again, this is April 2020. This is before we got married. So at the time, he was my boyfriend. So the realtor was calling me and was like, hey, you know, I put the offer in.
What the fuck?
And what they're asking for is proof of funds. And I did not know anything at this time about buying a house. So I was like, hey, you probably need to talk to him because I'm not even listed on the mortgage. Like from the paperwork I saw, it was only in his name. So he called him. I guess they talked. I was not there, but I'm assuming that they had talked. So the boyfriend is coming, my ex is coming home saying, yeah, I talked to so-and-so. I sent him over the paperwork.
Oh, shit.
The offer was approved. And they are going to try to do a virtual closing. First, we got to do an inspection. If the inspection goes all well, then we have to do a virtual closing. He also told me that he put down earnest money on the home.
She never steers. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm beginning to feel like Georgia is just like one straight interstate. Like it just keeps going and going and going. Someone who's like more autistic than me has to math this out.
We survived.
Like if she's going 60 miles an hour, judging by the cars that she's passing, how long? What is the mileage here? Like how many fucking miles does she drive straight? What the fuck?
We'll go this way now.
What the hell, dude?
He put down, I believe, $5,000. He said, I just transferred the money over to the realtor's account or whatever, so that it could be earnest money for the house. So I'm just like, okay, great. He was like, so realistically, this is April. We should be able to get in that house by June. Okay, no problem. So this is what he told me. About 3 or 4 days later, I get a phone call from the realtor. And the realtor is like, hey, I'm just checking to see what you guys want to do about that house. So I was confused. I'm at work. And I said, oh, I was told that he put an offer in. And the realtor was like, he did? I didn't know that he put an offer in. And I said, well, why wouldn't you know? Like, he told me he put the offer in and he had paid earnest money, $5,000 earnest money. And so the realtor was like, well, let me call him and find out what's going on with that because I didn't know anything about it. So red flag, of course. So I call him and he, in true narcissistic nature, he flips the script and he like goes off. He's like cussing, going off like he shouldn't, excuse me, I have the hiccups. He shouldn't be calling you. If he has a question, he should call me because I'm the one that's on a mortgage. He was like,
I love the fact that she keeps burping. I'm sorry. As a mic burper myself.
And now it's going to be an issue. And I said, well, did you put the offer in with him or not? And he said, no, I did not put the offer in with him. I put the offer in with a friend of mine who is a realtor so I can give him the business. So
how did he find a realtor friend so quickly after he just had moved to Georgia?
I did not hear from that realtor again. So I was just like, is the house under contract or is it not? He was like, yes, the house is under contract. This is how crazy things work out. About 3 days later on realtor.com, I'm looking at the house because I was trying to figure out in my mind how I'm gonna decorate. It shows the house is under contract. So show my boyfriend. My boyfriend's like, I told you it was under contract. He was like, I did you not believe me? And I ain't had a heart to say, hell no, I didn't believe you. Like, it seemed too good to be true. But once I saw the house was under contract, I absolutely believe that, okay, it's under contract with him. Like, yeah, we're about to do inspection. We are about to move. And so we had driven by the house because, again, keep in mind, a family's still living there. So we had driven by the house. At this point, he was like, I want us to start looking for furniture so that way we can go ahead and order it. So when it's time to move, the furniture is ready because, it takes like 6 to 8 weeks sometimes for furniture to be delivered if they don't have it in stock. Like, he was very methodical and planning and saying, this is what we need to do. So we started going to Home Depot, Lowe's, because we had a printout of what the sellers were going to take. They were going to take the appliances.
Bro, this story is insane.
He had a printout. So it said on there that they were going to take the appliances. So we needed to get a new stove, new refrigerator, new microwave, all that stuff. So we went to Home Depot and Lowe's and I went ham. I chose all these new appliances and here's where we get into the shopping. All right, part 4.
This is insane.
So we go to Home Depot, we go to Lowe's. I'm choosing all these appliances. He's taking pictures of the
but I'm gonna go now.
We have representatives helping us.
I'm gonna continue watching
and
this.
he basically explained to them, hey, we're
Anyway,
buying
everyone,
a house.
I've gotta go.
We should be closing sometime.
I'm hooked. I'm definitely gonna cover this tomorrow. Holy fuck. Wait, no, did I save? Okay, well, we did a few things. Alright. Sleep well, everyone. Who is live? Devin is live. Alright, we'll go to Devin. Devin's also watching this. Alright. See you all tomorrow. I'm so excited for this. Anyway. Bye.